Okay, I got people. What's up? All right, let me start from the top here. Jay SoCal, Derek. Should I say it's not for me? Angelina, Dufresne, not money. James, good evening. The Force 123. Nice. I like it. All right, let me make sure we're good here. I think we're good. No one's on like a different channel waiting for me, right? Sorry, I'm getting back. Say hello. Oh, 109 already. Shit. Hammer, good evening. Andrew, good evening. J Beebs, Diaz, Shirley, good evening. John, Zaniab, first time I've seen that. Welcome. Jamie, Christopher, A-Bomb, PM Righteous, Steph, good evening. Matt, good evening. Crayons, I ate them all. Evolve Radio, MC, what's up? Stephanie, good evening. Wolfpack in the house. NET, good evening. Tally Foreman, on site. Nana Ape, Julie Miller, just listening. Why aren't you watching, Julie? Just listening. What's wrong with video? Sam, good evening. Leave no weight behind. James, Bobby M. Jeez, this is crazy. River Driver, Nard. The Storms. Smith, what's up, brother? Rick, good evening. How are you? Angelina is saying hi to Diaz. Blake, what's this? Ready to be? Me too, bro. Me too. Pantheon, good evening. I thought you might be lights out right now. Thought you might be Enter Sandman time. Control Alt Delete. You must be wiped, my friend. Wiped. But shout out to you for you rocked all day, man. You were all over the place. Shout out. Shout out to my man Pantheon. Chad, good evening, brother. How you doing tonight? Good evening. Corey, good evening. Hayden J, good evening. Bucks fan, what's up, my friend? How you doing tonight? Kiwi girl, hey, how are you? John Crossman, good evening. Christopher, good evening. How you doing, buddy? Steph, good evening. Mike, what's up? Bones, Jimmy Cap, Johnny, Susan, hey girl, how are you? Nick YD, how you doing tonight, man? Sam, Wolfpack, oh God. Simeon, good evening, man. How you doing? Scott, good evening. How are you tonight? Who else we got here? Mike, good evening. Good evening. Pantheon saying, I'm a man, the people and the apes. Yes, you are, my friend. Am I in a little bit of a delay right now, or is it me? My lips look like they're moving faster than the camera. Maybe I'm wrong. Stuart, good evening. Hayden Real Estate, good evening. Liz Clayman, hey. Rash, good evening. Everybody saying what's up to Pantheon. Pantheon is a beast. I just saw Polka. She was there. Heather, that you did? She was at the... Is she scalping people? What's she doing down there? I was walking down the street earlier today, and there were a couple guys watching the news, and the state senator who's up for re-election came on, and she was talking about violence and all this stuff. And it's funny, she just switched up her whole political agenda in the last couple weeks. Flipped the script on everybody. Pantheon, Steph says Pantheon is a superhero, right? Yes. PM Righteous, how you doing tonight? Someone get me Wes Christian on the line with this AMC manipulation day. It's all good. We will win. I'm being positive. Let's go. I picked up more shares today. My first time in a little while. I'm back in. I went to my Active Trader Pro today and grabbed myself some shares once we bounced up over, I think it was like 1816 or 1814, somewhere there. I don't know why. It just felt right at the time. I'm like, you know what? I got some dry powder in my Fidelity. Flip, good evening. AMC Ammon, how you doing tonight, man? How is everything? The lips aren't moving too fast? All right. Jonathan, how you doing tonight, man? It's me. Angelina says it's you. It's me. Jeff, how you doing tonight? Good evening. Rick James says I miss Pam. I know, man. I hear you. I hear you. No, we didn't crash, did we? Boss will be here in a little bit. Boss will be here in a little bit. At least last time I spoke with him a couple hours ago, he said he would be. Still buying and holding? Me too, bro. Me too. Been a little while since I bought shares. We got someone from Pantheon's Punisher. Good evening, man. How you doing tonight? From Boss Blunt's think tank. All right, man. We're excited to have him on. I'm excited to have him on. I'm very excited. I know probably everybody is. Weird. Seems like my chats weren't going through or laggy. When tonight? Angelina said she bought both today. Yeah, I didn't buy GME today, but I did buy AMC, Angelina. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Well, Yucca, you did miss. Oh, you mean what did you? Well, Boss was on. He had to take off. But you can catch on the replay. Let's see. Taxes came out. Stomach hadn't felt the same since, says Nick. I hear you. I'm not going to discuss my taxes. That's personal. Personal information. Bob, yeah, me too, man. I just didn't buy any GME today, but I did buy AMC. I don't know. I went to the lit market today. No idea. I picked up shares today on Fidelity, no problem. And I actually ended up on the phone with Fidelity today earlier because someone was talking about that they weren't doing check transfers anymore, or they weren't doing not wire transfers, but cashier's checks. That they had suspended it back during the pandemic. And I was like, so when are you guys putting it back on again? I'm like, so it's not canceled, right? It's just suspended. He's like, no, it's just suspended. He's like, well, you can still write checks on your account and stuff like that. We're just not doing physical cashier checks. I don't know. Manjeet, how you doing tonight? Good evening, girl. Corey, how you doing tonight? Fahad, good evening. Congrats on more AMC, says Mike. I know, right? I must be out of my mind. I'm buying more AMC. God. Matt, good evening tonight, man. How you doing? He has slow mode on. That's why team's laggy. Oh yeah, I have. Because dude, we already got 157 people in here. There's no way I'll keep up with the chat if I don't go slow mode. I got to, guys. I'm sorry. Hello, Mo West incoming. It's crazy. Hanslo, good evening, girl. How are you? Mike says, Matt, start a new channel, political stuff. So my essential bots. I know, man. I know they're messing up my channel. I know they are. Because of what I'm talking about and the words that are coming up. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just in my head, but I have a feeling they're looking for words like Biden, let's go, you know who. I just have a feeling those words, if they come up in the algorithm, they're like, nah. KO, good evening, man. How you doing tonight? Diana Guest, good evening. Jonathan, I said good evening. Tony, my friend, good evening. How you doing tonight? One day closer to Moas. Yeah, I told you I think I talked. Yeah, I talked to Tony earlier today. All right, now everyone's saying hi to Tony. I lose all the love. No wonder slow mode is on. Turn that off, Mass. Oh, what? So I can try to catch up with 9 million chats. I have trouble as it is. How am I going to do that? We'll never get any questions answered or anything. We'll have zero credibility on this channel. Celty in the house. What's up, brother? Beantown in the house. Mark N saying hey to Tonio. To Tony and Pantheon. Tonython. No, that doesn't make sense. Liquid Swords, good evening. Man, we got a lot of people tonight. A lot of people I haven't seen before. AMC on sale below 20, Scott. Right, exactly. Yeah, I think I got an 1813 today or something like that. Paul, good evening. Paul said he'd be here tonight. Word, man. Nice to have you. He said he would be here. He's here. He is here. Stephanie S., good evening. Yeah, it usually takes like a half an hour to go. Come on, PM Righteous. For real, dude? You gotta be shitting me. Did we not just talk about this? I said I think we all got off on the wrong foot with AMC back in last April. Everyone was saying, when Lambo, when Lambo, when Lambo. And, you know, be like Coors. Mass always. Love here. We're neighbors, bro. Oh, nice. You're up here too? You're in the Northeast, Port Gotti? I was saying the other night in the last live stream, Saturday night, I want to definitely have do a movie meetup somewhere in the area. Maybe North Shore. Somewhere outside of Boston. Maybe for the new Marvel movie coming. Telly, good evening. How you doing tonight? Hanzo says what? I love what? Your handle, Janet Yellen. Let's see who else is in the house. Okay, looks like I'm almost caught up in the chat. Yeah, guys, if you could remember to hit the like button, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. See, this is what I'm talking about. 178, what? Monte Carlo? Yeah, guys, if you remember to hit the like on your way in, that's awesome. Don't worry about it if you're already here. I don't want you to leave. Matt Donnelly, almost back to normal. What are we talking about? The market's almost back to normal. N Cashman says, love that. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. MC Prosperity says, forget Lambos. I can retire early and vacate for the rest of my life with that money, right? Yeah, I haven't thought about Lambos in a while. Jim Thomas, what's going on, my friend? Good evening, man. Peace, love. How you doing tonight? Biden 2024. You gotta be shitting me. Have you taken a look around lately? Peace, love. Oh my God. I don't think Biden's gonna be alive in 2024. Never mind running for president. Fahad, thanks, man. I'm excited for the conversation we got coming. I hope we get some interesting conversation going back and forth. Rick, she's on family vacation. I hope people know that. But yeah, I don't think she cares if people know. She's spending some time with her family. It's all good. Mike, good evening. Liz, I see you're in here somewhere. Someone's saying hi to you, but I didn't see your note. So hi. Sorry for the car seat, J Beeb says to Tony. NBA picks. Celtics in the East, Lakers in the West. Finals. No, I'm just kidding. Celtics suck. I'm a big Greek freak. I'm a big fan of the Greek freak. So if I want anyone to win the finals this year, Milwaukee. Giannis is the man. But I'm not a fan of Wisconsin. Definitely not Lambeau. Weekend at Biden's. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Bucks fan, good evening tonight. Mike says DeSantis 2024. You think he's gonna run? I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna run. What's gonna happen if he runs against Trump? That's gonna be really weird. So one of them is gonna get the nomination, obviously, and then I don't know. It's gonna be that'd be a strange election. If those are the two front runners, I feel like you could split the country right down in half again. So now you got half the country, a quarter, and a quarter. Great. Let's divide the country even more. Christopher says, give me the book. Cybertruck is on order. Oh, you already got one coming? When Moas. When Lambo. Peace Love says, I live in Wisconsin Park. No, I'm just kidding about Wisconsin. I'm sure it's great up there. I've never been there. I'm sure it's beautiful. I've never been. I just have some issues with some of the things I've seen go on there. For example, making a murderer. That scared me about Wisconsin. I don't know what's going on there. If that guy got framed or not. Steven, damn it. What's his name? Someone help me out. Making a murderer. Steven. Oh, somebody in the chat's got to know his name. Help me, chat. Help me. Let's be real. 81 million. No way. Oh, what's the Making a Murderer guy's name? Guys, help me in the chat. Avery. Thank you, Bucks fan. Stephen Avery. Yeah, that scared me. That definitely scared me, that story. Especially after season 2 when What's-Her-Face went back and re-examined the whole crime scene again, and she found all these inconsistencies in the police reports. Crazy. Hanzo says, do I think we will MOAS before the 2024 election? This is what's funny. I was gonna mention this earlier, but and it's not a big deal, but I did see earlier Ape Father put up a video, and he said something about, I'm trying to get to 1 million views, and then when I do that, I'll be famous enough that I can go after Ken Griffin. I said to myself, you know how long it's going to take to get 1 million views or 1 million videos, whatever you're trying to do? Do you think we have 20 years to wait for a MOAS? Jesus. Ace First Wall Street. Good evening, my friend. Good evening, my friend. Ace First Wall Street. Make sure you stay on tonight. What happened tonight? Did you leave or did I shut off early? I don't remember, man. I was still blastedly tired last Saturday night. Stephanie says he was totally framed. I mean, that's how it looked to me. To me, he looked framed. He really did. Mike says, I believe. Oh, you think it? You think so? Yeah, you think Trump will endorse DeSantis? That would be big if he did. That would be big. I don't know. For some reason, I like a DeSantis. I know this is crazy, but I think a DeSantis Tulsi ticket would be good. Even though I know Tulsi is a Democrat, so she would never run as a vice presidential candidate on the Republican ticket. But I do like some of the policies that that DeSantis has. He's very hands off, and I like that he's protecting families down there and what his constituents want. That's the bottom line when it comes to being elected. You have one job to do, and that is apply the wishes of your constituents. And I feel like DeSantis does that to the T. And he does it without all the crass and the harshness, you know? He's got a very monotone, level, sensible way about him. His demeanor is very different. He's not brash. Let me get back to the comments. Sorry. Ape Father is a poison to the community. No, I saw that video. It said something like, this will guarantee the squeeze. A 2-minute video that says I'm going to guarantee the squeeze. I couldn't help myself. I just had to. Savvy, good evening. But yeah, he said 20 million. Oh, no, he wants to get 1 million videos done, and then he can go after Ken Griffin, which he already figured out would take 20 years to do. BioLift, good evening. Good evening. Doc, good evening. Doc Zeno's on the house. Sam says, Massalorian, you talk a lot of politics in terms of MC, and you seem to slant right. Ken Griffin is the leading fundraiser for Republicans. How do you do the mental justice on that? So I don't know so much that I slant right, that the left has just fallen over a cliff, and naturally, because they fell over the cliff, right? I'm going down this way. They just released all this weight, and so I'm starting to slide to the right. And I think that's a natural progression that happens when the left moves too far from center. So I don't know if I'm slanting right as so much the left has slanted off the edge. And I guess I'm playing catch up. But I got no love. I really don't have any love for Republicans either. I don't like any politicians, to be honest with you. I really don't. I care less for them. I think they're all narcissists, megalomaniacs, and thieves, to be honest. I don't think it matters what party they're in. Let's see. Backyard Boogie, good evening. Maggie Mike, good evening. Maggie Mills, good evening. Oh, there he is. Oh, wait, I was asking about you the other day. I was asking about you the other day, man. I want to make sure you're still around. Peace Love says, I used to be a Republican, then I was a Democrat, then I woke up. America's a two-party dictatorship that's designed for the rich. Couldn't have said it better myself. That's the truth of it, right? That is the truth of it. It's a two-party dictatorship. Look at how they clamor together with the prospect of World War III. I mean, if that doesn't tell you that their priorities are so off base, I mean, all that money that they just sent over to Ukraine could have done a lot of things, and we got a lot of issues coming up, a lot of problems we're going to have to deal with in this country, and we don't really have money to be throwing around. Oh, man. I was working on a video for tonight. I was going to release it right before the live stream, and then I said, you know what? I'm just going to save it for tomorrow. See how this goes tonight first before I get too wild. But I do have something I want to talk about, but we'll do it after Boss comes on tonight. Excuse me. But yes, I believe we live in an oligarchy. We are no longer a republic, a constitutional republic. I think this has become an oligarchy. We are in the middle of some of the heaviest class warfare probably ever. And that's the thing, right? Everyone wants to split us. They want to use gender and race and all these things to divide us and conquer. Because while we're so concentrated on that, then it's taking out all the heat off of inflation and supply chain issues and food shortages and how expensive gas is, because we're all bickering amongst ourselves. I'm excited for tomorrow's video. I'm excited to drop it tomorrow. I hope you guys like it. There's no right or left. It's just us versus them. Exactly, Food Dog. That's how I feel. Oh, Jesus. Nancy's in here. Hold on. Mass politics slant toward freedom and constitution. Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, it's not a party. Yeah. I'm all about state rights, constitution, Bill of Rights. That's it. That's it. I don't care for either party. I really don't. If I slant to the right, it's because literally the left has just left me. It's gone. I don't recognize anything over there anymore. I don't know what they're doing. I did see a knockout last night. Man, there was some altercation that went on in Pittsburgh between I think BLM and the police, and some dude tried to go hands on with this officer, and he got the delete button. They hit the delete button on his ass. He was on the floor quick. He cuffed up quick too. As soon as the cop put him on the ground, his hands are right behind his back. He wasn't playing. He's like, "Nah, I don't want any more of that. Thank you. I'll just go to jail." All right, sorry, I'm way behind. I'm catching up. Sorry. Neocons. I wrote Jesus. I'm trying to stay out of politics tonight. What happened? Got all sidetracked. MNZ says no mask on flights. People are losing their stuff. I know, like that. No one wants to go back to normal, right? Nobody wants to go back to normal. It's crazy. It's crazy. 1-1 at the yard. Okay. Thanks, Mario. You want to fix it all. End Citizens United, end legalized bribery, and 90% of the things we hate go away naturally. Yeah, I want to get rid of legalized bribery for sure. That's what's going on in DC right now. It's pretty much legalized bribery. It's pretty much what it is. Good point, Peace Love. Yep, agreed. Jimmy D says 8/5 2024. Okay. That might not be a bad ticket. Wear your mask and get yes, Nancy. Of course. Did you guys see the numbers came back from Pfizer and Moderna? The couple lawyers filed a Pfizer request, a FOIA request. Jesus. Filed a FOIA request to see what the trials were for the last 2 years on Moderna and Pfizer compared to natural immunity, and study pretty much showed no difference. So that's nice. 268 in the chat. Beautiful, man. That's awesome. Man, that's amazing. That's got to be the highest I've ever probably had. Matt says you can never stay away from. You can't. It's the sharpest double-edged sword you'll ever walk, because as soon as you start digging far enough, you always keep hitting the same people. It's weird. You start digging down, follow the money. It's always ending up in the same areas, the same few accounts and pockets. And that's I've been trying to. I'm gonna say I've been trying to say that for a while, but I think that's when I started realizing that, I started talking about politics more, because naturally that's the inclination when you start to uncover how deep the cabal is, how intertwined they are in this financial system. It's crazy. You have to talk about it. It's the only way. Doxino says politician equals exactly right. They are. I don't know. I told boss I was going to go on, say hey to everybody for like 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So it's almost 30 minutes now. I sound sauced? I wish. I might get sauce. I got some sauce back here. I do have some sauce I haven't cracked open yet. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Who's drinking? I don't want to be drinking alone. Fahad says, Massalorian, you do a good thing that you met. Thanks, man. Thank you. DD says 400 to 500 people die daily with COVID. Go throw away your mask. Do it. No, but DD, here's a good idea. According to the CDC, if you wear an N95 mask, the expensive ones, not the ones they give you out, not the surgical mask, not, you know what I'm talking about. You know what a surgical mask is. If you wear the N95 mask, according to the CDC now, this just came out, it was published a couple weeks ago, you have a better chance of not contracting the virus than if you wore 2 surgical masks. So one N95 mask will protect you, I think it's 95%, and 2 surgical masks will only protect you 91%. So if you are living in fear right now of COVID, which a lot of people are, I don't blame you. If you have comorbidities, if you're not healthy, you know, you got issues with your respiratory system already or anything like that, go get vaccinated. If that's what they're telling you to do, go do it. But if you really want to protect yourself, N95 mask is the best protection you can get right now. So even if we were saying sitting next to each other on a bus, I had on 2 surgical masks, you had on 1 N95 mask, you would be more protected than I would be. So I say to everyone who really wants to stay away from this, is nervous about this, go get whatever shots you need and go get yourself some N95 masks, and you'll be more protected than anyone else could possibly be, because no one's wearing 3 masks. You can't breathe through 3 masks. So that's what that would be a suggestion. I don't know, but check with your doctor. Of course, I'm not a medical person. Check with your doc. Jeff's in the house, looks like. Next, Cashman says, and Cashman says, if you get COVID, don't go to the hospital. I mean, if you have Omicron, right? It's Omicron supposed to be the least symptoms, the least severe of the symptoms. So this is if you were to get a strain. And I'm not a doctor, and I'm not telling you medical advice, but according to NIH, the highest, it's the most contagious, but also the least symptomatic, or the least, the symptoms are quelled a little bit with the vax, with the shot. Let's see. Boss Blunt's never posted. Oh, I gotta send that to Boss Blunt. Shit. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks for reminding me. Jesus. What a moron. What do you guys think about Netflix, by the way? I think there's another company we could talk about. They're going on the same road right now. I wonder if anybody in the chat has any idea what company I might be talking about. They could have a similar fate coming. Okay. That should be sent to boss. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Has sent that to boss. Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes. All right, now here's my theory, and I could be way off with this. Who knows? I could be way off. Here's my theory on Disney. So they're down right now, I think. Let me take a look. I want to say they're down about from 170 to like 120 right now. Time I looked, I think it was like 120 a share. Or no, 130, 190. Sorry, up 3% today. I obviously I can't say for sure, but I have a feeling that with everything just happened with Disney, with everything tightening up the next couple months or the next year, I think the next couple quarters you're going to see a big dip with Disney as far as subscriptions go. People going to the parks. I think they're going to take it on the chin. So I can't prove that, but I have a feeling that they might be in some trouble. If these numbers came back for Netflix, what we just saw, I think Disney's going to be in the same boat, because Netflix didn't have a lot of this controversy swirling around them 6 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. So this is going to take a little time, right? People still have vacations booked right now. They're not canceling. People are still going. The warm weather's coming. But in the next 6 to 9, 12 months, I think you're going to see a significant dip. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm getting back. Graphene oxide is in graphene oxide. I don't even know what graphene oxide is. Yeah, tell me what that is, Gorilla Godno. Nancy says I take it on the chin. I bet you do, Nance. Nikki says Disney screwed themselves. Yeah, man, they dug themselves a big hole. I don't know how they're coming out of this. I have no idea. I don't know how you come back from this kind of PI disaster. It's a disaster. Jeez. Disney is already in the same boat because they decided to take a foot. Yeah, they should have stayed out of it. They should have just said, you know what? Not our place. We're here to bring in little kids and put smiles on faces. That's it. We're not here to talk about what's in their pants. Sorry. Not going to comment. If you got a problem with it, go find a job at Universal. I'm sure they're hiring. Cole says, I watch Disney and Netflix has no contact, and that's why people are leaving. Kind of like people saying streaming is going to take out movie theaters, and they don't even go to movie theaters. Yeah, I know. I still don't believe the theaters are going anywhere for the next 10 to 20 years. I really don't. There's still a lot of product out there that they can push to make money, and they have their contracts now. I know Disney's still trying to fight, but Warner Brothers has that. I mean, we saw what happened with Batman. It blew up. I think it just came out on HBO Max today. I think I saw. They were MC. Yeah, but we got them. We got them for 45 days. That's all that matters, right? That's big. Froggy Styles, good evening, man. How you doing tonight, Froggy? Angelina says, you talking to TMI about Disney? He made a fortune on a put. No, I haven't been. I'm just observing what's going on in the political sphere. I mean, that's going to play a role in this, no doubt about it. So if you're going to piss off enough conservatives because of your political stance, people who pay money to come to your parks, to subscribe to your channel, and they decide they don't want your content anymore, you're gonna feel that. You're gonna feel that. It might take a little while, but you're gonna feel that pinch, I think, for sure. I don't think it's going anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, Diaz, man, is one of the realest mods. Diaz and Liz are are modding right now for me. Thank you so much, guys. Liz and Diaz, both you guys. I've been getting texts. Smith says I've been getting texts almost every week asking if I want to sell my house. Anyone know what's going on? Yeah, everyone. There people looking for somewhere to put their money right now, right? People looking for somewhere to put their money and make sure they're not getting crushed in inflation. There's almost no way around it right now, though. It's crazy. Whoa. That was my stomach. Okay. Back to the chat. Sorry, guys. Tony says BlackRock wants to buy your house. Yeah. Yep. They are. They're trying to buy everybody's house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I told you guys, but I'm trying to find a place right now, not to buy, but we did look just to see what was on the market, and slim pickings. If you're looking for a discount, there ain't much out there, and rents up significantly up. I mean, right now, trying to find like a 3 bedroom right now for under 25, impossible. A 3 bedroom, 2 bath right now to rent is over 25. It's nuts. Nick YD says, I'll sell. Give me $1 million. James says, James, good evening, by the way. I get called every day they want to buy my house. Crazy. That is nuts. Yeah, I think a lot of people are trying to get out in this market while it's still hot right now, and they can make some serious profit. Let's see. Someone saying China wants to buy. They are crazy. They're crazy, Sam. Peace Love says buy land and build instead. Yeah, I was talking to someone earlier actually about that yesterday. They can't find anything that's actually they were talking about looking at prefab townhouses. Prefabricated townhouses. I guess they got all different kinds of floor plans and designs you can put together. You can make it into a duplex, I guess, so they go side to side or up down. I haven't looked into them much, but I this is the first time I've really heard about them. Not 3D printed houses, but actual prefabs that are all wired up, plumbed, and ready to go. Just connect like Legos. We just broke 300. Nice, nice, awesome. That's great. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. I'm assuming. Yeah, so I started at 9:15. So I told boss he didn't have to be on until closer to 10 o'clock. 9:45, between 9:45 and 10. So let's see here. Materials are way too high, Nick says. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Doesn't necessarily save you much right now. No, it's true. No, you can't, but you can get a little more precise on what you were looking for, right? Like certain people need certain things. So if you need to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, sell your house and live in your car like me, says Nancy. Nancy, you're not living in any cars. I've seen your kitchen. Buy land in Costa Rica, not money advice, says. Buy land in Costa Rica, getting out of the communist. Dude, I talked about this the other night. I hate to say it, but I'm really thinking about leaving here. Like it's crossed my mind multiple times that I'm just like, I just don't even recognize some of this shit anymore. It's the saddest thing walking down the street and there's people that are homeless. And yet we're sending all this money to Ukraine to fight this war. And we're letting millions and millions of people in to the country with not giving them a place to stay. I mean, what is going on? Food Dog says, Nancy, you live in a bar. Oh my goodness. Hold on. They took a bath in a bottle of Absolute. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. This is a bottle of Absolute. Oh man, that was funny. All right, guys, sorry. That was a mess. Jesus. That cracked me up. All right, gotta get back to the live stream. Sorry about that, guys. That was hilarious, though. Whoever just said Food Dog. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Always says Chad has the coolest MN salute. Hey, yeah, man. For you. Thank you. I've seen commercial brought you to buy Absolute. Casey Shaw's in here. Hey, Casey. How you doing tonight? Let's see. All right, who else do I have here? Hayden says, move to Thailand or the Philippines. Live like a king, still have to pay taxes though. Yeah, Hayden J. I don't know what the minimum is though in order to get citizenship there, because I know I'm positive, almost positive in Thailand. They might have changed this recently, but you used to have to live there for 6 months, and then you'd have to leave the country for I think 24-hour period. Then you could re-enter again and get a new visa, I think, for 6 more months. But I think recently they just changed that because of the pandemic. So I think it's different. Let's see. Casey Shaw in the house. My cool, crusty lawful brother. LOL. Yeah, if Casey's in the chat, man, good evening. I didn't see you. Just got back here. Florida and Texas are the place to be, says Jonathan. Yeah, I love both states. I'd like to get out of the Northeast, that's for sure. I definitely want to get out of here. It's too cold in the winters. It's I'm just over it. I'm over it. And I lived in warm climates before, and I kind of got used to it. I got spoiled, and now it stinks. Let's see. Casey Shaw. Oh, you'll toast one with me? All right, then I'm gonna crack the bottle then. I was gonna wait for Boss, but yeah, let me wait for him. See if he's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna have a drink or not. I don't even know. I don't want to get him. Does anybody know before? Actually, I shouldn't. That's none of my business. I'll do that though. Yeah, Casey, I'll pour a drink for sure. When I get I don't want to leave the chat, but when Boss gets on here, I'll go grab the bottle and crack it. Let's see. Hemp Life says, Massalorian, I don't think I've seen so many influencers in one place. This is great. Hello, everyone. Yeah, man, the chat's always awesome. It's really good here. It's really good. It's an amazing chat. To have guys like Casey and Pantheon, Chad, Froggy. I mean, look at all the creators who come on, and Tony. I mean, 5 guys in the chat right now that are talking with it's amazing. It's really humbling. It's amazing. So for all you guys who are in here right now that are creators, thanks for supporting the live stream. Hopefully Boss gets on here soon. So it's going to be a slow night. Jay Beebs says, good evening, Jay Beebs. I used to drink by myself until I figured out that I was bad company. I bet that took a while. Hey, Lupe, good evening. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, man, it's good to be here. Good to be here. I talked to you Saturday night. You were there Saturday night. You were. Sam says, Mash, you got to roll a blunt and smoke it on our Boss Bean on the channel. I don't know about that. That might get ugly. I might pass out in front of everyone. Antoinette, GPZ, OPZ. Thanks, Antoinette. Appreciate it. Thank you. Froggy, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, for all the creators that are in here right now, everybody that's in the chat right now, well, yeah, I'll wait till tomorrow. You'll see it tomorrow. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Abe Kyle, good evening, man. How you doing tonight? How are you? Never a dull moment, says Jeff. No, we try to keep it fresh, right? And we usually do. Like, we talk about stuff that's we talk about AMC a lot, right? I mean, I bought AMC today, so I still got conviction in this play. I don't know why a lot of people are panicking. I'm not panicked at all. I'm honestly hoping that Boss comes on tonight and convinces me that this executive order thing is what we're looking for. Like, I'm looking for that. I want him to. Where's the toothpicks? Many toothpicks. Many toothpicks, Susan. My oral fixation. No, I have no OnlyFans. Hey, Stacy. Good evening, hon. How are you tonight? How are you? Sam says, Massalorian, have a question for you. John Wick Shilling or John Wick Grifton? So I don't really know I really can't figure out if John was really nervous or if he wanted to. I don't know about the whole shill bot thing. Like, for me personally, when I go into my comments, I almost know every person I talk to, except for the obvious bots that you guys know of, right? The ones that you guys can tell are bots. But for me, I would say 95% of the people I've either already commented to and spoken with, or I don't know. I don't get flooded like I think that maybe his channel does. I don't know. I don't know. I usually have my own nightmare on my hands. Mass, do you think GME dividend could cause the squeeze MOAS? I think the GME dividend, as we get closer to the date, is going to drive the price up. Will it drive it high enough that it will start to have everyone panic and AMC will jump on its coattails? That's a lot of things that have to happen, right? So we're counting on a bunch of different things happen at the same time. That the dividend's going to come out smooth. It's going to happen when it's supposed to happen. Everything's going to go nice. The price will go up as we run towards the date, right? It's always going to be by the news. And then, yeah, so is it going to go high enough that it will just naturally drag AMC with it and be able to pop them both? I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. Unless I can be convinced that, which I might be tonight. I might be totally convinced tonight that this whole executive order thing. I mean, I've tried to get as much as I can studied up on it, so I'd be able to understand exactly what he's saying. So I hope he comes. How did it get view? He did it to get views, says Hayden. If I suspect an account, I ask them to say hi, Casey. Says, yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, Casey, I like that your logo there. I never even noticed that before. AMKC Shaw. That's cool. I like that. I like that. Let's see. Fitchburg, Mass in the building. Good evening, man. How you doing tonight? 978 in his house. Arthur says, I'm not a bot. Okay, Arthur. Not a robot. Sam says, if no boss tonight, I want a refund. I'll take Pantheon's replacement fee. Tony Denaro was a great appearance by Casey. Tony's coming on either way. So I already talked to Tony. He's definitely going to come on. I was just going to stagger people. I was going to stagger guys in, but if boss doesn't show up, it'll just be me and T. Double says, I think there is something to this executive order. You do, Double? Yeah, man. I definitely believe that's a possibility. I really want to. I want to quarterback the whole scenario. Like, let's start from the beginning and break it all the way down till this afternoon, and take every step and try to debunk as we go along. That's what I was hoping to do. So we'll see how it goes. And I hope at the end of the night that I'm wrong and I'm like, all right, yeah, you got me convinced. Like, this makes sense. It's not all just a coincidence, all that, you know? Let's see. Okay, if no boss blunts, we need 10-minute interview with EA creator in chat now, one at a time. Wendy, good evening. How are you tonight? Maggie Mills says, I quit watching John Wick sniping when he bashed Lou 7 days in a row. He did? Bashed him 7 days in a row. Jeez. I didn't realize that. Boss is 11 o'clock kind of guy, LOL. I don't mind if he's late. I could care less. I'm late all the time. I can't get mad at him for being late. He's doing me a favor coming on the show. He's doing me a huge favor. Mediocre. Let's see. I thought Netflix was a drop because everything is so expensive now. Yeah, that Hanzo, I think. All right, there's a couple things going on right now with Netflix, I think. First of all, content. Second, competition, right? We got Warner Brothers now, Hulu, Disney's got streaming. A couple of the news networks have streaming. We got Paramount. There's so many options out there now. I mean, literally, to get 15 to 20 different streaming services, or let's say 5 to 10 different streaming services, it's going to come out to the same price as your cable bill almost. But I think those two things are going on. I think that's affecting it. I think that the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, less people, there's no stimulus money getting pumped in right now. People aren't sitting home collecting checks that they can just throw into a Netflix account. There's a lot of things. Stacia, thank you, darling. Weak supply of toothpicks. So I think there's a lot of things going on with Netflix. And I really, truly see Disney going down the same path. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Disney's under $100 by the end of the year. Wouldn't be surprised. Michelle Loves Freedom says, random question, American Indian. No, I am I am mostly actually Greek, Michelle, and a little bit Sicilian. Do I look Native American? Maybe because I have, people say I have high cheekbones, maybe. I don't know. I definitely don't want to talk about my face, though. That's for sure. I've noticed woke movies and shows on Netflix and big time on Hulu. Prometheus, I honestly, you know what? I probably could go without my Netflix right now at this point. Like, I use Netflix if I want to go back and watch like reruns of Breaking Bad or I don't use it that often. Like, I'm excited because Batman's on HBO Max right now. And I have Disney, but I'll tell you something right now. If next month this show comes out and it's garbage, if it's WOKE, I'm done with Disney. That's it. I'm cutting ties. I'm cutting ties. BioLife says, gotta remember Boss Got Kids. Yeah, man, I know he's got a little baby. He's got all kinds of things going on. He's got mad shit going on. I don't bug him. We talk very, very infrequently. Spotty here and there. Jonathan says, Massalorian gets me through work with the streaming. He's been doing, loving the streams over the last 12 to 15 minutes, over the 12 to 15 minute vids. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's funny because the 12 to 15 minute vids take as long to make as the 5-hour live stream. No bullshit. There's never been a day that I've gotten a video done in less than 4 hours. Not that I can remember. Not in the last 8 months. Maybe when I was first starting. Did you hear DeSantis say he's going to sue Twitter? Said it underperforms in their pension fund. No, but he should. If they have it in their pension fund, then they're getting screwed right now. He should. Let's see. Robert M says he's smoking that good. True that. I want him nice and relaxed. See if we can sneak something up on him, but I don't think I'm getting anything by him. So, Susan, I know where you been, girl. I've been MIA for a while. Did you put out collab? No, we haven't put it out yet. No. There's some things going on with John right now. We're working it out. I think he's coming around. I don't know. He was on some mission about shills and bots, and it's not my channel, so I have no control over that. He's gonna do what he wants. He's a grown man. I don't tell him what to do with his channel. If he's got a mission to talk, he doesn't come on here and tell me I can't talk about certain things. I wouldn't do that to him. It says maybe all the cult of Adam Aaron is having a meeting right now. Are we all in the cult of Adam Aaron? PM Righteous says Charles Payne is a Papa Ape. Charles Payne is an OG, man. Dude, since he first went at it with Gasparino that day on Fox, he's just been. I've been a big fan since that day he took Gasparino to town. Said, "Who the hell are you?" We saw it right there, right? So that's just a couple days after the squeeze, that first little squeeze that GameStop got, and look at how fast Gasparino was out there screaming that this isn't fair, that the hedge funds took a hit because the apes got in and bought up GameStop. Like, what a bitch. Like, immediately coming out and covering for them, saying, this is disgusting. Who the hell? GameStop's not worth $10, never mind $100. Like, right away, they came out and targeted everything. Right away. Susan says, been planting all my fruit and veggie plants. Otherwise, I'll be on my deer-only diet soon with this inflation. Susan, you're doing venison? Really? Interesting. Good stuff. That's good for you. High protein, low fat. Venison's good meat. I've had venison a couple times. We used to have it at the restaurant I used to work at. Mass, get Charles Payne on. Oh my God, I would love to interview Charles Payne. That would be a blast. I would love to have Charles Payne on. That would be a dream interview. That would be so cool. I would love to meet him in person. LA says, what do I think of Dave Portnoy? I think he's paper-handed. I think it's ridiculous that he's in the stock market. He doesn't know who Gary Gensler is. I think that's crazy. You can't have positions in the stock market and not know who. Well, I guess if you just handed your money over to, you know, a financial advisor, it's a different story. But if you're actually trading for yourself, you're a retail investor, you don't know who Gary Gensler is, you probably shouldn't be in the market. Sorry. Sam says, Massalorian, why are you trying to save John Wick Grifton? Lack morals, ethics, integrity. Better people out there to save. If he needs to be saved, he's gonna have to do that on his own. I can't save him. What can I do to save him? He's gonna have to do that on his own. I don't know why everything his whole story's changed, but he's gonna have to save himself. I can't save him. I can't save him. Javi, good evening, buddy. How you doing tonight, man? How you feeling? How you feeling? Someone said Payne probably doesn't want to what here. Dartak14 says Payne probably doesn't hold anymore. I haven't heard him say he sold. What did he say? He bought GameStop and AMC. Didn't he say he bought $10,000 worth? I haven't heard him say that he sold. I don't remember what his exact lines were after he bought. If he's like, I'm holding till, you know, 0 or the moon. I don't remember what he said. If chat knows, let me know. Mediocre Trader, good evening. Hold on. Bill says here, hold on. Bill says GameStop leads to AMC. AMC leads to MOAS. MOAS leads to Bitcoin. Bitcoin leads to freedom. So, all right. So I just got a text from, actually, I'm not going to do that because you know what I'll do? I'll say that and then I'll have 100 people jump off. All right, let's go here. Javi, did you? I need an answer. How you feeling? Okay. Let me see here. How about a dream interview with Pantheon? Pantheon's going to sleep, but I will get someone on though. I'll get someone on. I promise you. What's up, brother?
What's going on, my man? How are you?
How the hell are you?
Fabulous.
I'm so
Fabulous.
excited to have you on, man.
Thanks so much. I'm happy to be here. How's everyone doing tonight?
Okay, in case you don't know Marcel, the Butcher of Wall Street, Boss Blunts. Boss, do you want to just like announce your channel in case any of my subs don't know you?
Sure. They
Thanks.
call me Boss Blunts on Twitter, the Butcher of Wall Street on YouTube, and we like to discuss financial markets, bank over leveraging, Federal Reserve bullshit, and AMC and GameStop, my favorite meme stocks.
That's plain and simple, to the point. So me and Boss are in the same
Sure.
boat. Man, I just want to say thank you so much for getting back to me. Thank you for volunteering your time. I know you got a little one, you got family stuff going on. So
Appreciate you, bud. And I apologize for being a little later than expected. I did have a tough
No,
time getting the little ones to bed tonight. So it
you're
was a
fine,
little
bro.
bit of a struggle. So thanks for holding it down over here with all these fine folks.
You are
See you later.
fine. You are fine. They call me the late DeLorean sometimes. I've gotten that before. So as
I
long as
love
you're
it.
not late blunts, you're good. All right, what are we blazing tonight? Are we drinking, blazing? What are we doing?
I'm just relaxing, man. We're gonna smoke a little bit of purple over here and have a good time. See what you guys want to talk about. I'm down for anything, really. You know, whatever you want to do.
Okay. You got some
From
haze?
from our last conversation, man, we could talk about anything. It sounds like you and I are kind of on the same wavelength for the most part.
You want to just let her rip?
Go for it, brother. Whatever you
All
want.
right. Hold on one second. Can you entertain folks for 1 second while I crack that bottle of whiskey?
Of course.
All right, cool.
Get it
Give me
going.
1 second. All right.
My man, Dark Tech and Jeffrey Diaz, thanks for coming out. Appreciate you, Javi, Pantheon. Oh wow, we got a killer crew over here in the comments. That's fantastic. Man, you guys really throwing it down over here. It's good to see you all. What's up, so I see some familiar faces. That's great. Froggy Styles, my man Cam. It's good to see you all. And of course, Stacia. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support. That's for sure. I know my friend Massalorian wanted to discuss executive orders. So we'll get to that in a little while for sure. I think that's something we definitely have to discuss. Because in case you're not aware, by executive order of the president, we're going to be so fucking rich. And that's the TLDR, by the way. For, not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. But that's the too long, didn't read. For the thesis, basically. It doesn't matter which way we go, right? Up or down in the short term, the price is fake. The price is not real. Cheers, brother.
Hey, cheers, man. Cheers to the health of your child and your family.
Thank you.
And the
And
MOAS.
you as well.
All right.
Squeeze it on up.
All right. So let's just let her rip. So the last time we ended our conversation, which was like 4 hours into the morning,
Yeah, that was fun.
it was fun. It was fun. It was fun. Remember at the end you said, "Are you record? Did you record this?" And I said, "What are you nuts? We record this without your permission? You crazy?" It would have been a great. It would have been a great playback though.
I was like, man, you should have just recorded it so we could just play that. People would love
it. Would have been great because we would have been au natural, no pressure. You know, we were just shooting the shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's what I wanted to do, and let me know what you think about this. But can you basically quarterback me on the EO from the signature that Trump put on the first one and bring me up to the present day and where we might land when the bill expires on May 27th? Is that the date it expires this year, 2022?
Close. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Here, check it out. Let me do a quick stream on my screen.
Yep.
Share screen 2. Let me know if you can see that executive order up there on the screen. Should be good.
Yep, I'm gonna put it up right now, guys. Just so you know, I'm not gonna be in the chat for a second. I'm gonna let Marcel run with this. Okay.
I'll try to put it as simply as possible. This is an executive order that was signed on November 12th, 2020. It's Executive Order 13959. It was signed by President Trump. And what this did, it was basically sanctions against communist Chinese military companies. And it was a list of about 30 companies. And that collateral on the New York Stock Exchange became unusable and invalid because the United States government made it so. Therefore, on 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, January 28th, 2021, and prior to that, we started to see stocks like AMC and GameStop start moving upwards. Because of the lack of margin collateral, this caused margin call defaults. And what that means is when a market maker, hedge fund, or prime broker does not meet their margin requirements, the amount that they have available to purchase or sell securities with based off their initial assets. When margin calls occur, margin defaults sometimes happen, and when they do, short positions like those held in AMC and GameStop need to start to be either covered or closed, either one. That being said, this was also extended on January 28th, and that was the date that AMC and GameStop went position close only. And for those of you unaware, that means that AMC and GameStop were not able to be purchased. You could only sell them. And it was extended through May 27th. And that's where this comes in. This is that same executive order, as you can see here, Executive Order 13959, with a amended by EO 13974 of January 13th, kept this same Chinese Communist Party collateral authorized and valid through 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, May 27th, 2021. That's the same day that AMC and GameStop started moving pretty hard, and on June 2nd of 2021, AMC and GameStop not GameStop, but AMC hit its all-time high of $79, and it closed the day, I think, around 72. This Executive Order 14032 is another executive order that was created on June 3rd, 2021, and signed by President Biden. It is addressing the threat from securities investments that finance certain companies of the People's Republic of China. That being said, it supersedes in part right here, as you can see, EO 13959 and revokes 13974. Therefore, it makes this collateral valid once again as of January 3rd, 2021, the date that AMC and GameStop started to go down from their highs, because this collateral became effective valid through 12:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on June 3rd, 2022. Now, what does this mean? Companies like BlackRock and Vanguard faced having to offload billions of dollars worth of investments. All right, these guys have trillions of dollars worth of this shit. This is just off of those 30 companies that were in effect at that time. And this is a Financial Times article that says the order which came into effect on Monday forced index providers, including MSCI, FTSE Russell, the S&P Dow, and JP Morgan, to announce the removal of several Chinese companies. Here's a handful of them, and they match the ones on the executive orders, of course. The Vanguard Total International Stock Index Fund tracks more than 7,000 stocks and had $407 billion in assets at the end of November of 2020, because this happened here in January of 2021. The U.S. listed Vanguard FTSE Emerging Markets has $72 billion in assets as of January 6, 2021, with an exposure of more than 43% to the Chinese market. At the same time, BlackRock's had another ETF by the name of iShares Core MSCI Emerging Markets, which had $70 billion in assets and exposure of 36% to that same Chinese market. What this means is that all of these guys are very well aware of what's happening, and Vanguard told us specifically that we've been keeping our client-facing associates prepared with a response for inquiries on the topic. In short, Vanguard will fully comply with the executive order, and it will continue to monitor the situation to ensure ongoing compliance. What happened next was that, as you know, it was extended from January through May of 2021, and then from June 3rd of 2021 through June 3rd of 2022. However, on February 15th, there was an amendment referencing the amended June 3rd, 2021 executive order, in which old fucking Yeller, Janet Yellen herself, and the United States Treasury added changes to the Weapons of Mass Destruction Proliferation Sanctions Regulations, and hit the Federal Register on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, and added about 30 more companies. I know it's kind of tough to read, but as you can see, that's a screenshot directly from the home.treasury.gov website. Okay, and that's 30 more companies on top of the original companies that were listed on Executive Order 13959. Therefore, we've got twice the fucking problem for these hedge funds, market makers, and banks that we did in 2021, with double the amount of collateral that's going to become completely worthless on June 3rd, 2022, as of 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that means, I believe, we're going to see a fucking run-up of pricing pretty soon, because they've got to start covering or closing position, or at least delta hedging at the very least. Because what do market makers sell, brother? What do market makers sell? Synthetic shares and naked calls, right?
Yep.
So market makers sell naked calls, and they never have to hedge. But when margin calls are about to happen, now they have to delta hedge, right? They've got to start picking up some of those shares so they can hedge for these 100,000, 150,000 or more calls that are going to be, at risk, that were once sold naked, and that they've continued to happen. They've continued to issue synthetic shares in the name of liquidity, and that's basically the gist of it. It doesn't matter if it's Evergrande or Shimao or Country Garden or Chinese developers or Chinese sanctions or Chinese Communist Party companies or Russian companies. All of them together, either together or separate, but all of them combined, lead us to a situation that completely screws the market makers and the hedge funds and the banks.
Okay. Now, I heard you say the other day that this has basically been nationalized, Evergrande itself. Is that correct? And some of these other big Chinese real estate developers? Is that correct?
Damn. Well, yeah, they're being nationalized to an extent. Not necessarily nationalized, but the Chinese Communist Party, state and local governments are literally taking assets. They're taking apartment buildings. They're taking land, everything that they can get their hands on, and straight $2 billion worth of cash most recently that they took from Evergrande. Why? Because they can. Because Evergrande owes them this money. You know, Evergrande owes them tons and tons of money, and offshore bondholders like here in the States don't mean anything to them. You know, it's the bondholders in China and the people that are owed money in within China that are going to receive payment, and there's not going to be anything left for the hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of Evergrande garbage. You know what I mean? Like for
That
example, yeah,
BlackRock and Vanguard are hanging on to right now, holding on to.
tons of it, tons of it. They have a shitload of this collateral, and people ask why. Can you take a stab at why they're buying this collateral, brother?
Because it's profitable for them.
Because it's cheap as hell, right?
Right.
And so that
Yeah.
allows them to minimize their losses on other plays by allowing them to buy collateral for pennies on the dollar that is the contract members see it as maintaining its full value. So it's still worth $100, but they only had to pay $10 to get it, for example. So because they paid $10 to get it, with your pension and your mom's 401k and your dad's IRA, what the fuck do they care if it goes bust? They don't.
Right.
Because it's helping them maintain their shitty positions in stocks like AMC and GameStop.
Right. Right. Yep. 100%. So, all right. So
not just one, there's tons of them, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
No. Go ahead.
Tons of companies. You name it, like Evergrande, Country Garden, Shimao. There's like 100, over 200 different companies were suspended from trading in China last month because they weren't able to come up and show their actual books. They did not have clean books, so they had to show that they were suspended from trading. You know, you name it, Agile Group, China Network, Coastal, China Yuan, Fantasia, Times. Like, this is just a small list of just some random day on the stock market where these companies are losing 9%, 5%, 8%. You know,
it's
nuts. The situation we're seeing over and over and over again.
Look at it.
And they continue to buy it back. They sell some, the price goes down, they buy a little bit more to make sure that the price doesn't go completely defunct. And in that sense, BlackRock has a lot of AMC, for example, you know, and they need that. They're going to need their AMC shares back again, and they're going to recall them from people like Citadel and Virtue and Susquehanna, State Street Bank, and so on and so forth, when they get margin called by the DTCC.
Right.
So that's my thoughts on the situation.
Okay. So, do we have any idea or a guesstimate of how in debt Vanguard and BlackRock? How much of this junk is Vanguard and BlackRock holding right now? Do we have an estimated amount?
As of last year, BlackRock had, 43 million shares worth. HSBC had 32 million shares worth. Ashmore Group, 26 million shares. UBS, 16.5 million. Royal Bank of Canada had 11.6 million. Prudential had 10 million. Let's see.
Unbelievable.
There's tons of it, you know, and this is just one bond, for example. Like, this is just like one. This is the 11.5. I think the mid-November, 1/2/2023 bond note. So there's a lot of things happening with Evergrande, and these are like the largest players in the game. I have another Bloomberg screenshot somewhere. If I can find it, I'll throw that up as well. But that shows even more some of the other bonds and other tickers, because there's several Evergrande tickers, not just one. You know,
right?
And that's where like the real fuckery comes in.
Because they're trading in multiple different actual stocks, Evergrande stocks. You're saying there's more than one.
Because they got like multiple branches of the company, you know. So because they've got like various branches, they're able to issue debts through all of them. And this is just like what we know about, you know, like the shares that we know about, for example, the shares held. There's a lot of private debt that we don't have any idea of how much it is, because it's not reported. Isn't that like the most recurring theme here that it's not reported.
It's not reported, or it's we get the information too late, or you know, yeah, it's always there's always a narrative behind why we're a step behind everyone else. There's always a reason. And you know, that was one of my biggest things with this play was like, I don't want to look back and say I gave up before every door I could possibly leave open was open. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to lay down my guns and say I didn't put down everything I had into this play. And so they can't turn around and say, well, you guys gave up, right? You guys folded and went home, and that's why it didn't squeeze. Like, I don't want to hear that excuse.
Leaving.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just saying that.
Leaving, baby.
I know. Right. I know. I love it. I was gonna say the first time today I got shares in the last, I don't know, 5-6 weeks. I finally had some shadow put together. Nice. Yeah, price is nice. Yeah. Yep. Put together some shadow. The price is nice. Yes,
absolutely.
Indeed.
People keep getting scared, man. You know, they keep getting worried because the price is coming down, and I keep trying to explain to people that it's normal. It's normal for a shorted stock to get shorted. That's probably what's going to keep happening until the moment that these fucking things rip. Until there's delta hedging like there was in January and June and May of 2021, we're going to see the same thing. And when it's real delta hedging, not like the bullshit we saw a couple of weeks ago where AMC had like a 35-40% run. When it's real delta hedging, we'll see it every day. You know, every single day, you're going to watch that price just stair step higher and higher, faster and faster, because it's all algorithmic. It's not people like you and me. Sure, there's fear of missing out purchases happening. Absolutely. Right. But the majority of that, the vast majority of that volume is coming direct from the delta hedging that's occurring because they're finally starting to purchase shares to cover all of the naked calls, all of the synthetic shares, and all of their failure to deliver. And they're never going to fucking cover them all.
I know.
They're always going to fail to deliver a shitload, but it's cheaper to fail to deliver than to go bankrupt trying to cover them all. That's why they haven't closed out their position yet.
I know. It would drive them to bankruptcy probably. You're right. You're 100% right. Let me ask you this. Do you have any speculation on whether or not, and I think we talked about this the other night, but about the Fed bailing out the funds right now? I know. Listen, I know. I'm just saying. All right, actually, let me ask you this, because I just watched this earlier today about Yellen, the video you did a couple of days ago about Yellen.
Old fucking Yeller.
Yes, please. Can you elaborate on what you said? Because I thought it was awesome. And you made a great point about what she said. She's basically telling you up front, like, here's what's coming. Get ready. This isn't transitory inflation. We're going to put the hurt on people, and you're going to feel it, right?
Yeah, and she also told China that they're about to get sanctioned for helping Russia.
Right.
Why would she tell China they're about to get sanctioned for helping Russia unless that's going to happen? You know?
Right.
That's where we're going next.
Do you know that, we went to them twice already, right? The U.S. has gone to them. The Department of Defense has gone to China twice to ask for, please don't get involved with Russia, which makes no sense to me. But I guess that both times, apparently, they sent them packing. Both times they sent them packing. They said, take a hike. You got no power here. Take a hike. No, me neither. I'm surprised Taiwan's still in the hands of the Taiwanese. I honestly am. I'm shocked. I thought Xi would have been in by now.
That by now?
I thought so. I thought he was going to take advantage of this opportunity while the West is, slugged down right now with Ukraine. I thought he'd take advantage of that situation and having to move. I believe they had to move some of the Pacific Fleet into the Black Sea. So, not the Black Sea, sorry, the Mediterranean. I think the only people in the Black Sea are the Russians right now. And then I think Turkey has some of their Navy ships there, but that's obviously their water. But I believe only Russia's in the international waters in the Black Sea right now. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they had to move some of their carrier group over. Huh?
Yeah, they have it blocked off.
Yeah, they do, right? Yeah, they have them. Yeah, they have them choked off at the Bosphorus, I think. So that's a tough situation. It's gonna be. I think the next 6 to 8 months are really gonna test this country. I really do, financially, and in every other way possible. Mentally, physically. There's a lot. I think there's a lot of things coming down the road. And I don't want to talk fuddy, but I'm a realist too, and I think AMC and GME are our hedges right now against everything that's going down.
I agree with you,
And
brother.
hopefully we're the Burries of 2022. We're all the Dr. Michael Burries who sat around and said, "Why are you grading this shit? This is garbage. How are you grading this AAA? This is trash." Remember? He went into whoever it was, Moody's. Who do you go into?
Yeah,
And
the
said, "Well,
thing
this
about
is
that,
garbage."
you know what these crooks are doing? They've got to the point where they're actually just pulling out of the rating agencies. So now Moody's Analytics, Fitch Ratings, and S&P Global can no longer rate Shimao and Fantasia and Evergrande because they've gone to them and said, we no longer want to be a part of your rating system. That allows the banks to continue to accept that shit collateral.
And there's
Isn't
no
that?
penalty for them for that? They get
Nope.
no penalty for that?
I don't
You gotta
know.
be kidding me.
I wish I
How is that
was.
legal?
Just like it was legal back in 2008 when people were talking about
I know.
how come these bonds haven't been re-rated, and Dr. Michael Burry is on the phone with Goldman and with these assholes and Lehman. Sorry, Goldman.
How is
and
it possible? You're
What do you
telling
mean
me?
they're not
I know.
correlated? They're
I know.
directly
I
fucking
know.
correlated.
Correlated. I
Yeah, the
know.
price of these bonds is based off the value of these mortgages, these shitty mortgage-backed securities, these tranches of absolute fucking garbage, these wastes of space investments that are rehypothecations of the same fucking junk mortgages. And when some of those Jenga pieces start to topple because they're all interlinked, the rest of them are coming down with it. The ones in China, America, Europe, and everywhere in
Russia.
fucking between.
Yep.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm going to share my screen one more time. Is that cool?
Go ahead. Go for it.
Check this shit out. This is that exact order right here. I went to the Federal Register and I pulled it up right now so people could see. This is Executive Order 14032. And this is addressing the threat from the securities investments that finance certain companies of the People's Republic of China. And as you can see here, he says, Biden says, I find that the use of Chinese surveillance outside the PRC and development or use of Chinese surveillance tech to facilitate repression or serious human rights abuse constitute unusual and extraordinary threats which have their source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to the national security, foreign policy, and economy. And I hereby expand the scope of the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13959 to address those threats. So he hereby orders as follows, that the amendments of 13959 by 13974 of January 13th, which even though it was amended back then and approved at a later date, it still caused serious reverberations in the market because of all the situation going on with the vast majority of naked shorts on GameStop and retailers buying it due to seeing guys like Deep Fucking Value, DFV, on TV because he was in court testifying in front of Congress if he would buy GameStop again. And his answer was, yes, I would buy again. And they asked him why. And he said, because I like the stock.
That's always been my excuse.
What more excuse do you need than I like the fucking stock and it's going to make me fucking rich.
Money.
So I'm going to buy it. That's how I feel. I'm not speaking for anybody else, just for myself. So as you can see here,
same here.
Order 13974 was revoked, and then prohibitions issued prior to the date of this order implementing or enforcing 13974 or versions of 13959 have been replaced and superseded by Section 1 of this order. And what does this say? The purchase or sale of publicly traded securities described in subsection A made solely to effect the divestment in whole or in part of such securities by a United States person is permitted prior to 12:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on June 3rd, 2022 with respect to any person listed. And if you go to the bottom, you can see all of the companies, Aero Engine Corporation of China, Aerospace, China UAV, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long fucking laundry list of companies on here now. See this? And I'm still going.
Yeah, these are big companies too. Talking about telecom.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge, man. Yeah, look at these fucking Semiconductor Manufacturing International
Aviation,
Corporation.
machinery. Yep.
Marine
engineering.
Digital tech, electron technology, marine engineering, telecom communications. shipbuilding, space satellites. It is ever further reaching. And then old fucking Yeller came ahead on February 15th and added 35 more fucking companies to all of these. And then she came out just a few days ago and told us that China's about to get sanctioned for helping Russia.
So can we add some more people to this list possibly coming up soon? Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Shit. Did you hear that Russia is forcing all Russian stocks off of the American market?
No. As of when?
Within 10 days, brother. 10 days.
Within 10 days.
It was signed on the 16th, so it's more like 7 or 8 days at this point. You know what I mean?
Man. You know, this mother effer got up here 4 weeks ago and said, we're really putting the crush on Russia. The ruble's down 30%. Yeah. What a great thing. It's like, and look at us now. Look at us now. Guys shaking the hands of the ghost of Kiev. It's nuts. It's nuts.
Basically, man. Basically.
Damn it. All right. So
it's a fucking joke. Huh?
I've heard you say more than once that you're not saying it's going to squeeze that day. And I think that's I'm just going to say it. I think that's smart, but you're just saying that these things could correlate and one could run into the other and one could kick the other in the rear end, pretty much.
I'm saying
this executive order.
Yeah, nobody should make their trades off of information that they find from other people. They should make it off their own due diligence.
Yep.
I personally am going to be buying a shitload of fucking AMC and GameStop calls through this date because I believe, just like we started running several weeks before May 27th and couple weeks before January 28th, the same thing is likely going to happen. They're going to start slowly covering, and we're going to have 10% days, 20% days, 30% days, 40% days until this thing kicks off. And on June 3rd, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 50 to 100% day or more. And if Biden doesn't extend this thing because China is attacking Taiwan or infiltrating Taiwan airspace or helping Russia to avoid SWIFT banking sanctions or to help commit trade with Russia, etc., and a laundry list of things that I could name right now, like what we just said, are going to be many reasons why I believe that it's not extended by the Biden administration unless China all of a sudden decides to change their mind and play ball with America, which, as we've seen lately, is probably not going to
happen.
Yeah.
No. They seem pretty dead set against not helping us. I don't think they're afraid anymore. They might have never been afraid, but they're definitely showing right now that you have no influence over them. Your influence is getting neutralized throughout the world, right?
And they're committed. Yeah, exactly. And they're doing more trading in Chinese RMB, in yuan, and other, non-US dollar notes. Russia's been divesting themselves of U.S. treasuries and U.S. dollars for a decade, and China's been pretty much on the same path over the last 5 years.
Yep. They're stocking up on commodities. Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely, brother.
Someone said they have 10 years worth of stored rice right now in China. 10 years for 1 billion people. That's a lot of rice. I hope so too, because I think this struggle in Ukraine is going to go on longer than we think. And I think as long as they keep arming the Ukrainians, they're going to continue to fight. And I don't think Russia's pulling out either without taking at least the Donbass and possibly Odessa and Mariupol and the whole southern coast there. I think they're going to cut them off. They're going to landlock them and force them to submit. And, Jesus, this is the thing. We could do this right now. We could sit down at a table. We already know Ukraine's not going into NATO. We can just sit down and say, hey, you know what? Russia, let's withdraw. You guys take the Donbass region. We're going to do our thing in the rest of the country. And, we're not going to be bombing over here. We'll call a ceasefire. We'll pull down the barbed wire and we'll fill in the trenches and we'll call it a day. And they'll have guarantees from Biden administration and Putin that they will never be invaded, the whole nine. because really, technically, there was some instigation going on before Biden went in. Before Putin went in, there was some instigation, definitely. So I just feel bad for the people of Ukraine, man, because a lot of hotheads are forced in this issue, and especially the damn politicians. Republicans and Democrats are up on the Hill screaming that we need to go in there, get boots on the ground, and turn this thing into a hot war. And that's going to turn into a hot mess real quick. If they stop putting boots on the ground.
It pretty much has.
I know we're close.
It started off as, a lot of people find this to be an unpopular opinion here, but you're absolutely right in the sense that Putin didn't just all of a sudden one day say, yeah, I think we're going to take back Ukraine. It's been decades of increased aggression and encroachment on Russian territory and Russian borders.
Ethnic Russians.
By NATO and the United States of America. This would be akin to Russia putting missile bases in Cuba and Canada and Mexico, for example. Does that sound like the Cuban Missile Crisis, where Americans freaked out and we had a Cold War nuclear standoff?
Almost.
Yeah, it does, right? Because that's what happened. So if America responded this way, why is anybody shocked to hear that Putin responded this way when Ukraine was about ready to become a NATO country, but got rejected? Ukraine is allowing America and NATO to have around 36 Pentagon-sponsored bioweapons laboratories
in Ukraine,
verifiable through paperwork and documentation.
I know,
showing the Pentagon as the fucking owners. This is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Would mean there's no proof. There's nothing but proof. It's in the paperwork. People can look them up and find all the biolabs that are owned by the Pentagon. We've done it already.
Yep. Well, do you know were they funding?
You should realize that. I'm sorry to me to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. Go, bro.
People need to realize that there's two sides to any coin, and I'm not justifying what Putin did. I'm not justifying what America did. But two wrongs don't make a right, and a lot of people have fucked up here, and a lot of American presidents have been fucking over Putin for many decades now.
Yes. Yep. Since Reagan, since the wall came down, and they agreed that NATO wouldn't expand past the German borders. Yeah. Sure enough, Latvia, Estonia, they all fell in line. And the thing is, Ukraine was told, you guys are not going to get into NATO. NATO was very specific about that. Yeah. It was the United States and Britain and maybe a couple other countries that are really pushing this proxy war. And it's all about gas, and it's liquid gas. It's the pipeline. There's a million things that are behind this, right? The Biden's got their hands in all kinds of companies in Ukraine. Like you just said, the bioweapons labs. I mean, it's nuts. I don't know if they're running DARPA projects there, what they're doing in Ukraine, but on the bio labs. But yeah, oh man. It's not what it's cracked up to be. It's not what it seems. What you're hearing on mainstream is not the whole story. It's just not.
The same thing as AMC and GameStop, right? Do you guys believe everything that you're fucking told by Motley Fool and CNBC and MSNBC? Of course not, because you can see through the bullshit. So I think people just need to dig a little deeper, and look into the background of the Azov militia, because they used to be, are still headed by a fucking Nazi. Plain and simple. People are like, oh my God, how could you say that? The guy was literally the head of a fucking neo-Nazi organization, and he is still the head of the Azov militia. Funny how when they're sponsored by NATO and Ukraine and America, they're called militia. But when they're sponsored by Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, they're called insurgents.
I know.
What's the
same thing? Same thing. No difference.
Yeah, really. There's none. Except one group has the same, priorities as we do, and that's for America to maintain power in Ukraine, and others, such as insurgents, do not have the same best interest in mind. So that's kind of where we stand as far as the mainstream media goes, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. It's horrible. There's a lot that's not being said, and a lot of people are pushing for things that I don't think they know. I mean, these guys in Congress, And the media, it's not them that's going to go over. It's not their kids that are going over there and fighting. It's not them that has to get in their car every morning and put $80 in to fill up the tank. They sit there and tell you inflation is good for the lower class. It's bad for the upper echelons of society. Just the narrative is completely backwards. And we're seeing it right now. We're seeing it live right now, right in front of your face. They're getting called out day after day. Jen Psaki's pretty much a professional liar.
Damn,
I
she's
haven't heard.
good too.
She's good too. Yeah, she's good. She's got me convinced that they're all about, just doing the right thing for this country and the people. She really does. She's got me. She draws me in somehow with that smug attitude. My God.
And her condescending attitude toward
it really is.
Question that she doesn't like. Yeah.
And she said that she reinferred what Biden said, that Ducey was a SOB. She got caught in the radio the other day saying it again. It's like, you would think that she would know a little better and say, hey, but you know what, though? She's already got a gig lined up at MSNBC. So she's going to where the CIA and the DOD and, NSA send all of their people and the White House to go be a talking head for the military industrial complex and to make them money. So she's good to go. She shouldn't have to even worry about it. It's nuts. It's nuts. What are your thoughts?
Brother.
Let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the possibilities that this thing doesn't get turned over until after the midterms? That we don't see a market correction until after the midterms? Do you think that the Democrats right now, because of the position that they're in, let's say that they're fearing their seats right now, right? They can't afford a crash right now. They can't. The administration can't afford a crash. Do you think they're going to do everything they can to avoid that for the next 6 months until they can keep control of the House and the Senate again?
They're trying. They're trying.
Right.
But the thing is, do you really want this to happen immediately before or immediately after a midterm election? It's pretty much the same thing. And that's what I think.
Because you're going to,
they're trying to get us there, but we're at, like, mortgage rates are at the highest rates that they've been since 2008, for example. And the Federal Reserve only raised rates 25 basis points, a quarter of a fucking percentage point.
I know.
I know. The average country mortgage rate in the United States is 5%. And in California, it's 6 3/4% for a fucking mortgage, and a $1 million house in Cali.
That's a lot of money.
What kind of interest you're going to be paying? Yeah. Not even thinking property taxes.
Right. Which are extremely high in California. Exactly. Extremely high. Their property taxes are out of control. Yep.
The situation is they would love to kick it, in my opinion, after the midterms. But, dude, look at everything that's happening. Look at all these sanctions going on. Russia's pulling their fucking stocks out. America's trying to sanction Russia and get people to avoid the ruble. Putin, the ruble is now at the strongest level that it's been in many years.
I know.
Because Putin did the smart thing and pegged it to gold.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the United States petrodollar continues to chug along and inflate itself with more and more money and continue to be used and abused as a little whore of the Federal Reserve.
It's the whore of the world. Yeah, it's the whore of the world economy. Yeah, she's a little trick.
Yep. And the only way that they can continue to do what they're doing is to keep printing more money. And it's
the only way.
Further hyperinflation, distress and duress here within the United States and worldwide. And we're going to see things like riots and thefts and robberies and things in grocery stores getting looted.
Yep.
You thought toilet paper was bad? Did people forget about toilet paper already?
No, I remember.
You remember people fighting in every fucking store over toilet paper? Like, some of them, you wipe your ass with fucking toilet paper. What are you gonna do? You can't put food in your fucking mouth.
I know. When you can't get a cheeseburger. I know.
Some people don't know this. I own a logistics company. We're a freight brokerage. We're a transportation company, a trucking company.
Okay.
And I deal with this every fucking day. Supply chain is wrecked.
You having issues? Yeah.
LA, ports, China, ports, and then let's not even get into like rail and trucking and all sorts of other issues and joblessness here in America and overseas. lockdowns in China and other countries. 26 million people in Shanghai locked down.
Lockdown right now. Those pictures coming out of China are crazy right now. Crazy. I'm seeing families fighting with the police. People trying to get their kids taken away. It's crazy. I see people climbing down outside of their buildings trying to get down, and then they're picking through the trash, fresh produce that was thrown away because the CCCP said that the food was contaminated because it came from a country, Hungary or Austria, or wherever the frig it came from. But they're so mentally warped. They're telling the people it's no good for you. So the people are going back and picking out this trash. They think it's got COVID on it. It's insane.
Yeah,
the pictures coming out of there are crazy.
Tons and tons of food,
yeah,
instead of giving
for
it
no reason,
under the guise of it might have COVID in it.
Right.
They're gathering people's animals, their cats and dogs, and stuffing them in bags alive, dragging them out of the street down to the corner, and fucking putting them down because they might have COVID.
I saw the dogs. I saw them grab the dogs. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
There's videos that there's no point in showing here of Chinese people throwing themselves out of buildings and hanging themselves because they have no food and they have no will to live after being fucking locked down for so long. And many other things, I'm sure, are all contributing factors to the mental health epidemic that we have worldwide now.
Yep. Think of how desperate you have to be to throw yourself out a window. I mean, that the people on 9/11 who are up on those upper floors, for them to be able to make that mental decision that I'm going to step off this ledge before I burn to death. I mean, for people to say, I'd rather just step off this ledge than not have food. That's a tough decision to make. And I hope to God we don't see that in this country. I hope to God.
We already have. Let's be honest. I've had friends that have passed away, that have taken their own lives and things like that, during the pandemic and afterwards. And it's really unfortunate, and I'm at a loss for words, so I'll just leave it at that,
No, I know. I've lost friends to the fentanyl epidemic. I've lost friends to you name it. Mm-hmm. And that's part of that's on the politicians. They should be having that border lockdown right now until they can get this epidemic under control with the fentanyl and all. It's laced in everything right now. I heard Ducey asked today at the White House they arrested 29 terror suspects last month at the border. It's like, Jen, where do you think their intentions were? Why do you think they're coming here? They're coming here for jobs, terrorist suspects from the Middle East? I think not. They're not coming here for jobs. And of course, Psaki line last year was they're not going to be staying here long. Clearly they are, because they're getting put on buses and they're showing up in D.C. every day. I can't believe that the governor from Texas did that, but good for him just to make a point and say, okay, fine, you want to leave the border open? You deal with them. He's like, I've taken enough.
Yeah, everyone's coming into Texas. They're sending them up to Washington, where they can't really do anything about them. They can't really ship them out of Washington. If I have that correct.
And they're being used as political pawns. I feel bad for the people because they're being put out on display. Huh?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're being put out on display for a political agenda. You got a Republican governor from Texas sending him to the Democratic stronghold, which is D.C. And these poor people have no idea, right? They're getting on these buses going to D.C., thinking they're going some great thing. And, you get there and you see the news crews and you're wondering, all of a sudden, where are these news crews come from? Yeah, why am I on TV? Right, exactly. Yeah. I'm looking for a bed and a warm meal. And I got, Fox News asking me how I got here. Thank you, Joe Biden. Just, do you want to say anything? Yeah, thank you, Joe Biden. You're welcome, buddy. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
Let's go, Brandon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's sad that they're being stuck in the middle of it, just like the Ukrainian people are. Same thing. They're being used as pawns in a proxy war between the United States and the Bear. And we've been at this war a long time. And it is continually we got to make more. We got to do more. We got to send more. I mean, I'm going to give you an example. Vancouver has a huge fentanyl problem. Vancouver, British Columbia. They have a street there called Hastings Street. That's like a 24-hour drug service. You just drive down the street. It's, for blocks
Hastings
and blocks.
Is the place to be.
You know Hastings?
No, but
you don't? Okay. Yeah, Hastings is the place to be. Yeah. But, they just sent $500 million worth of military equipment to Ukraine when you can't fix up your own damn street in Vancouver that looks like a homeless shelter / shooting gallery on, for 10 blocks, the major road that leads into the downtown part of the city, but you're sending $500 million to Ukraine for Javelin missiles and NLAW missiles. It's just like the priorities are so off base, No one's got their priorities straight.
Meanwhile,
Nobody.
America has also sent billions and billions of taxpayer dollars that, like you said, that they're printing out of nothingness. That's creating further hyperinflation for you and I and for our families, and increasing our gas prices and our groceries and our fucking electric bill and gas bill and everything else that you fucking see, eat, smell, taste, or touch. Everything's getting more expensive, and we're not even close to the top here. That's what the majority of Americans fail to realize, in my opinion. I think if more people realize that, people would be shouting from the fucking streets for change, as opposed to just going about their business pretending like everything's going to be fine. Like,
I know.
There
should be an outcry. Yep, there should be an outcry in the streets.
Too few people understand what's really happening.
No, they do. They don't. You're right. I know. Me too.
You got guys out there like I didn't mean to cut you off. But you got guys
no. Go.
Even YouTubers like Meet Kevin, for example, or Trey's Trades, that are, bullish on the stock market and shit like that, and they think everything's going to be just fine. Like, hey man, do these guys remember 2008 like we do?
No, I do. Yeah, Kevin was 20 years old. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah.
Do they remember it like we do? Like, I'm
Trey was 11.
Pretty clearly, I was fucking struggling.
Me too.
I'm sure a lot of people were.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah. That's
really
a great point. I never even thought about that, but yeah. You're right. Me, Kevin, Trey's Trades.
Their whole life has been easy in the stock market because it's been a fucking bull market for the last 15, 16 fucking years.
I know. Yeah, they have no idea. I mean, look at how fast me, Kevin, folded. As soon as he saw trouble on the horizon, he was gone. Out. 99% of his portfolio liquidated. Gone. Boom. Yeah. That's a guy who came in, was a real estate agent, young, didn't have a lot of experience in the market, and as soon as he saw trouble, he took off. He tuck tail and run. And
smart business guy in real estate.
No, yeah, very, very smart, hard worker.
I like the guy.
Me too. Yeah,
that doesn't change the fact that I am very, very saddened to see so many perma bulls, and from what I've noticed, the majority of them are younger people because they don't remember those situations. They think that things like the 2020 market crash due to COVID was an anomaly. It was not a fucking anomaly. It was just a sign of things to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we said, Marcel, right? They knew that was coming back in the fall of 2019. That's when they started pumping all that money, doing the overnights, all that. That started way back in October, November, September of 2019. The writing was on the wall, and then boom, we have the pandemic. And they opened the floodgates, and they haven't turned it off since. And now we're suffering because of it. They're continuing to print money, and the only reason why they're able to keep doing that is because inflation keeps rising, and we are taking it on the chin. We are paying for the Fed to continue to let the money printer go.
Yeah, first it was COVID. COVID was the excuse. Okay, that was the excuse for them to print shitloads of money and give the banks trillions and trillions of dollars. Banks and central banks, countries worldwide,
around the world,
trillions. I'm not talking about a few. I'm talking like 40 trillion in the 2 years after 08. From 08 to 2010, they gave away $40 trillion worth of fucking money.
Yep.
And then in the fucking 10 years after that, they gave away another $100 trillion.
Yep. Japan, England. I know. Japan, England. Have you seen all the banks all around the world? They just dished out money backed by nothing, giving it to countries to keep them afloat. It's like, listen, guys, we got our own problems here. Tucker said something the other night, and I know a lot of people disagree with him about his politics and stuff, but I find him very transparent when it comes to a lot of issues. I'm just going to be honest. But he said something the other night. He said, people are very comfortable when you walk around in a country and you think your country is rich. As soon as you start to realize your country is no longer rich and you're going to have to fight for survival, the game changes. And it's changing right now. And I don't know if it's going to make a comeback or not, but right now we're seeing we're seeing some signs right now that times that are coming up are going to be tough. And I think we're on the right step here, hedging the way we are. I think when those margin calls do come in, we'll be okay. Like obviously this isn't financial advice. This is what I'm doing, but I'm using this as a type of a hedge right now as far as what the future holds. I have faith in the AMC. I have faith in the DD. I have faith in the numbers. My conviction's strong. After 14 months now, I'm not going to sell now. So it's zero or the moon. That's it. I wouldn't have bought this morning if I didn't think we were going places. So I'm glad me and you are still in this. Still, I can't believe this is the first time second time we've ever talked in all this time. How long have you had your channel, by the way?
Shit, I don't know. I think I started coming like on Reddit and Twitter and YouTube in July of 2021.
Okay.
I think that was just once I realized, like, hey man, this is no longer I'm just gonna get fucking rich. This is while I get rich, everyone else is gonna go broke. I gotta tell whoever the fuck I can so
get ready.
Make a decision, you know.
That's act as if. Yeah, act as if.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about that the other night. I started in my 1 year anniversary was Saturday. Yeah, 1 year I started channel.
Congratulations, brother.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah. I'm surprised we all made it this long, but I do have a couple subscribers that have been there since week 1, which is amazing.
And that's how
they've been holding out long,
originals.
Yeah, the OGs. Yeah, all my OGs. Yeah. I mean, man, it's a little, I think it's honestly easier for us sometimes having the channel because you don't realize it, but we get a ton of support from this community. The creators, ourselves, like the amount of, it's amazing. The amount of work that people are willing to help with and to contribute their time in the community is just amazing. Like how many people we have in the chat right now? Like almost 500. I mean,
yeah, this is fantastic.
It's unbelievable. I'm just so proud to be a part of this. It's really a great thing. And I think we've made we've brought about a lot of changes in the last year and a half. I think retail has made some steps to get people back up off their heels and start looking into what's going on. I still have no faith in Gary Gensler. I got no faith in the DOJ. They are part of the establishment. They don't give a shit about retail. He can sit there and say, Gary Gensler, Mike Gensler, all he wants. That guy's got no love for retail. And basically, Jon Stewart, when he had in that guy, the old SEC commissioner there, he said, hey, listen, Gary Gensler's got his hands tied. He can't do anything right now because Congress has him by the collar. I mean, literally, he's a gimp. He's a gimp for Congress. That's it. He's in the closet of Pulp Fiction, We're gonna let him out with the chain. He's just a pawn for the establishment. He's old money, Goldman Sachs, Wall Street. Grew up, made tens of millions of dollars with Goldman. Those are all his boys. Janet Yellen's his, home girl. She's getting her speaking fees. When he's done at the SEC, he's gonna go back to Chase or whoever, and he'll have the same thing. As long as he doesn't screw over his boys right now, he's good. So he's not going to ruffle any feathers right now. He's not looking, especially if we're headed for a downturn, he's not going to start ruffling feathers. He doesn't want to be a scapegoat. Do you mind if I bring on another guest? You okay?
Yes.
Are you sure? All right, we're going to bring on from Austin, Texas, Mr. Tony.
Yes.
Denaro.
Yeehaw, motherfuckers.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
How y'all doing? Good talk tonight, guys.
It's great.
Yeah, it's going good. Tony. I love the hat.
What's up, Marcel?
Looking good, brother. I like the hat too. Stylish.
Well, I got the invite from Massalorian, said hats only tonight. So.
Oh, it did. I said giggity giggity, bring a hat.
That's awesome.
How you doing? I'm doing great.
Okay,
doing great.
Good. Well, anything to chime in on what we've been talking about?
I have a couple of follow-up questions for Marcel on the executive order stuff.
Sure.
Because I've been watching it from the sidelines and trying to catch up. You guys put out so much content, and I have little free time, so I'm slowly getting up to date on everything. And I did read through the documents, and the dates absolutely line up, right? Without question, the dates line up.
Yeah.
But as I was listening to you guys talking, I had one question. I didn't realize that recent order from Biden actually rescinded the other one. Did I hear that correct? Why do you think he did that?
Because
why did they rescind it?
This one adds on to it and extends it.
But the new, so if I heard correctly and I'm reading correctly, he rescinded it and the new implementation date is June 3rd?
Yeah, just that subsection. Yeah, he
Okay.
rescinded the one prior and issued this new one. And then they added more companies, more Chinese companies. At first it was like 20, and then they added like 10 or 15 more, so it became like 35. And that was the one that they added on in June of 2021 that extended it through June of 2022. So there's 3 different executive orders at play here. And the first 2 were rescinded, which were basically superseded by the most recent one, which I'll pull up the number just so I can make sure I know which one we're talking about. Go ahead, Tony.
So it's not like rescinded as in they got a temporary timeout where they can trade real quick. The trading, what's the prohibition is still in effect? Well,
what it means is it gives them back their collateral, because the sanction itself, sanction 13959, takes away collateral, right? So then it's extended again, and then a new one comes along and overrides it. It supersedes 13959. The newest one is 14032, just in case anybody was wondering. And so what that does, let me see if I can't do a share screen right now. I'll do it in a little bit when my man Massalorian gets back. But it gives them back their collateral again. So their collateral is valid again as of June 3rd, 2021, the date that AMC and GameStop started going down, because they got their collateral back. So they were now within their margin requirements. So they were able to start shorting the stock again. And that meant that they could get control of the price once again and bring it down. It gave them one more year. Biden gave it a 365-day extension.
Okay. So they did get their collateral back, but that is changing coming up on June 3rd, 2022.
Yeah, it's the exact same, in my opinion, except they added more companies. So
I'm trying to figure out why. I guess I'm not understanding what he was thinking, where he would give them the collateral back or rescind it for a year.
I cut you off, but what do you think? You think Biden knows anything about what's
No, I'm just asking the stupid questions. I'm just asking the stupid questions to draw out the obvious answers.
Please do. No. And I hope I didn't come off like a smart ass.
No. We're good.
It's just like Biden doesn't know shit that's happening. He can probably barely figure his way around the podium, let alone an executive order. You know?
So who's writing these orders then? Nancy Pelosi? Who's making the amendment?
30,149 pages long, man. So somebody's writing it, and it sure as hell is not Joseph R. Biden.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
The second, I got one more stupid question.
Of course, anything, Tony.
Because I've been trying to answer this aloud to myself, and you have spent way more months and weeks looking into this than I have. So hopefully you have the ready answer, and it's probably a simple one. But if they are prohibited from trading in these stocks after a certain date, they know they can't sell them, and we're saying that their collateral is going to be cut off after that date, couldn't they just sell them before that date to get their cash back? And in a sense, they still have the collateral, right? You just have it in cash now instead of Chinese stock. So I guess what I need to bring this home is to understand why this is affecting them if it's not really changing their asset position. Do you think you can speak to that?
They can sell it, but they've got tens of billions and hundreds of billions of dollars worth.
I saw the numbers. It was massive.
Yeah, and so as a matter of fact, BlackRock, for the first time last month, January, February, March, sold $370 million worth of Chinese collateral. 370 million is a lot of money, right? I'm not just being facetious there. It's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
But the fact remains, just in that one ETF that BlackRock has, they have $72.69 billion worth of Chinese emerging market collateral. So that 370 million was like a fraction of a percentage. So could they ever possibly sell it off fast enough within the next 2 months? What would you see happen to the American markets if that happened?
Yeah, I guess that is kind of the obvious answer, right? When you start selling all this shit off, you drive the prices down. So,
and it's going to rip down the entire stock market
with it,
American and Chinese, and then the real estate to go along with it, because all these mortgage-backed securities, such as the Federal Reserve, owns $2.9 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities alone, and all the other banks combined own $2.7 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities. Who the fuck's going to buy their mortgage-backed securities if they own more than all the other banks combined?
Yeah, that is another good question. Who are they going to sell it to?
Right, the banks are going to get margin called by the DTC. The hedge funds are going to get margin called by the banks. The broker dealers are going to get margin called by the DTC as well. And they're all going to run to the Federal Reserve for a bailout. That's why market cap doesn't matter.
All right. Well, thank you for answering that. Sometimes I need to talk to people to work out the finer points in my head.
I hope that makes sense. Like, am I missing anything here? Because I'm pretty sure I've looked at all the angles that I could possibly imagine. I've run it by individuals just as smart as you guys, and they've given me a lot of great points here. But at the end of the day, I think the fact remains that if you look at things like the Case-Shiller, National Home Price Index, homes are way overvalued, more than they've ever been in history. If you look at the Shiller PE ratio, stock market is way more overvalued than it ever was in 2008 and 2000 .com bubble even. And when the higher that the Case PE ratio is, both for the S&P or for the real estate market, the higher the chance that a crash will occur, because there's an overvaluation there that is not sustainable. So that's where we're at. And then, as you can see now, mortgage rates are at 5% nationwide, 6 3/4 in California, for example. It's inflation is now, people are looking at 8.7% inflation is not a big deal. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
it's out of control.
Tony, how much has your fucking gas bill and electric bill gone up lately? Especially
electric.
And it's not getting any better. Gas is going up too, natural gas.
Yeah,
exactly. And now we're not getting it from Russia, and neither is Europe. America's going to export natural gas to Europe. Europe's going to become more dependent on America. It's going to be a very much similar to Puerto Rico's dependency on the United States situation.
Well, thank God we got solar and wind power. That's all I can say.
Oh, and we also have 85 gas, 85 octane. That's good for the environment, right? Let's keep the planet green. Let's 85.
Good thing they planned this out when we were ready for it.
Yeah. If I pull an article up real quick, Marcel, will you address this article? I've been holding on to this since the first time we talked. All right, here we go.
If I know anything about it, if I don't know, I'll just say I have no fucking idea.
I'm just gonna see if you've ever heard this story before. Sure. Hold on. It's not gonna surprise you. Don't worry.
I'll never do.
It'll be something that you can definitely.
I get all sorts of questions. Like I said, if I don't know the answer, I'll just tell you I don't know.
All right, hold on. Let's pull this up. All right. Have you ever heard this story?
Wow. No, I've heard this before.
Yeah, I found it that morning after we got off the live stream. I was searching through.
It was posted on the 28th?
Yeah, it's January 28th, 2021.
Holy shit.
I know.
What is it?
Yeah, I've been saving this. So I'm trying to find out exactly where this guy went, whoever the guy is so I'll just give you a quick breakdown on what the article says. Talking about Robinhood putting restrictions on GameStop. The action was immediately met with backlash. One Reddit user claiming to be an employee of Robinhood stated that the company was pressured to halt GameStop trading by Sequoia Capital and the White House. These allegations have not been confirmed. In the post, he alleges that he overheard that Vladimir, yes, founder Vladimir Tenev and the C-suite received calls from Sequoia Capital and the White House to pressure into closing trading on GME. The user then goes on to state that he has information documentation regarding the situation, and he's praying to provide to Project Veritas and lawyer
shit.
Glenn Greenwald. So let me tell you an update. So I called Project Veritas just last week, or about 8 days ago, I think 7 or 8 days ago. I called Project Veritas to find out if they have an update on this story, and I got an email back from someone over at Veritas, and they are gonna look into it and get back to me. So
Awesome.
I would like to know, have you ever heard the story before?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Massalorian, good project.
Did you reach out to that reporter also?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Any word back?
No, not yet. Nope, not yet. And I also, Tony, just so you know, I gave Highcroft a deadline. I just said, listen, people are asking about the stock. They want to know, what's going on, and we're gonna go and talk about it in a couple of days. So if we don't hear back with a definite one way or the other, then I'm just gonna give my honest opinion about what I think about the company so far, dealing with retail investors, and coming to talk to the people who want to buy their stock and want to help their company. And we've reached out multiple times, and we had good response back at first, and now we're getting nothing back. So I just said one way or the other in the next few days, 48, 72 hours, we're going to go on and talk about it as if you guys just never answer, which you haven't. So
you might get to use that famous reporter line. We reached out to Highcroft Mining, but received
no comments. They declined to comment.
I love it. Can you pull that up again if it's not?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Great.
So Marcel, I did. I reached out to Project Veritas, and if you want, I'll email this to you when we get off. But I really wanted to pop it on you when we were live because I haven't got a chance. Newly confirmed Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has financial ties to one of the hedge funds that came to the aid of Melvin Capital, one of the companies that saw large losses after GameStop's market surge. Yellen's financial disclosure shows her received around $800,000 from Citadel speaking fees, which we know, right? Saki stated on Wednesday that Yellen is monitoring the GameStop situation. Then they had the NYAG here, Letitia James, released a statement. So this is the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, released a statement Thursday. We are aware of the concerns raised regarding activity of the app. We are reviewing the matter. But I would love to know who this guy was that reached out to Project Veritas that confirmed that Sequoia and the White House reached out to Robinhood. I find that fascinating if that's the case.
That's another facet to the story besides margin calls.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Right.
This is great news.
Yeah, I thought you'd be excited when I showed it to you. So
think about it. Janet Yellen and Gary Gensler, 1 and 2 of the Plunge for.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Yellen is the one that saves the market every time. $10 billion, $20 billion, $50 billion on the VIX to cause the SPY to come back up. They're the only ones that can be marked in as an unnamed buyer. The Plunge Protection Team, they're the only ones that can buy or sell a number of securities at once without having to release their name. So they might as well say Janet Plunge Protection Team right there instead of unnamed buyer.
If it was Joe Biden's office calling, I don't think it was Joe Biden on the phone.
Exactly, Tony. You're right.
Take a wild guess.
He went and took a nap, and they picked up the phone and called.
Did anyone see the Easter Bunny have to direct him away from the crowd yesterday? The Easter Bunny, and then Jill Biden standing up in the portico saying, "Wave, Joe, wave," elbowing him.
You could theorize this. Let's put it this way: Yellen, theoretically, and the Plunge Protection Team were aware on January 28th, 2021 of what was going to happen. Had Robinhood and all these other broker dealers help them to the collapse of the stock market and the short squeeze that was going to destroy the financial system.
Yes.
Her warning and coming out China telling them they're going to be sanctioned is either a threat or is kind of a bit of a warning to the entire world that we could potentially see the stock market crash along with the AMC and GameStop and all their meme stocks getting their short position. which means that they would fly to the fucking moon. So I think theoretically it's possible that the rumors that I've heard of a May 2022 stock market crash might be possible if they need to close out the positions and they know that this Chinese collateral is going to be worthless. The bank will sell off of much of it and crash, meaning out some of their positions. And that's just an idea that I've got. So,
I think that is an excellent point, and anybody who is trading on margin right now, you better be listening
Get
up.
off it. Yep. Hey, Marcel, just so you know, your audio is cutting out a little bit. It's like choppy a little. I don't know if it's something on your end, but just give you a heads up.
Appreciate it. I got my mic closer.
It's not bad, but it's just to give you a heads up. That's all. Okay, so let's say this. Let's say that we get. Well, I'm going to stay on Veritas about this. Obviously, if we can get the possibly, he's not going to dox his people. James O'Keefe is a stand-up guy. The FBI had to come raid his house to find out the information for the people who gave him Biden's daughter's diary 2 years ago. And then the FBI came a year later after he handed it into the local police and to the FBI. He handed over the diary saying he couldn't verify that it was legit or not. And a year later, the FBI raided his house. So he's probably going to have, he's got he got in a lot of trouble for that. And the FBI took his phone. They got all his clients' information, all of his, secret connections. But James O'Keefe actually has secret connections, not like some other people we know. But yeah, so he may be a little dicey right now because that happened after this story came out, right? The FBI raided his place after.
Some serious shit.
So yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go. Maybe that's why I haven't heard back from them. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll stay on top of it.
Just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Both you guys, appreciate you both, Tony and Massalorian, for sure.
Touche, man. Touche. Yeah, we need to keep this thing going. We've made it this far already. And it's great that we're starting to close ranks. I think that's good that people are closing ranks. Most of us, right? Most of us are getting on the same page, and that's a good thing, man. And
I think so. We don't all have to agree on everything, right?
No.
So just take the information that works for you and discard the rest. We're not financial advisors. We're just here to try to provide entertainment and education for people.
Yeah, exactly.
We all agree on the finish line. Which route we take to get there is irrelevant at the end of the day.
100%.
None of us care which way it goes. We're just looking at how we're going to get to the finish line, why and when, because I know I would not invest in anything unless I'd done my due diligence. And that's why we got started on this path, right?
That's it. Yep. That's it. Bottom line. The only reason I didn't buy this stock is Gary Gensler, because the DOJ was going to go after some of these, Citron Research, some of these guys. That was never the reason why I got into this play in the first place. It was never based on any of those things. I liked the company. I thought it was a recovery play. And from all the DD I did and I've done and listened to and read, Trimbass book, everything that's gone through, I think the math is solid and the numbers are good. It's just a matter of when is the day going to come? When are we going to wake up and that day is just here? Let me ask you before I forget, boss. What's your feeling on Metzler? I know you're a fan of Metzler's. I think he's an interesting guy, and really, I mean, he's like one of the only people that's holding Evergrande's feet to the fire here. Apparently, right? I mean, he's really putting them to the wood. What's the story? Have you have any updates with that? Have you spoken with him?
I haven't spoken with him since our last video.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure he'll reach out to me when he's ready to give me an update. I wouldn't be surprised to hear from him any day now.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear something from him because I know the clock was ticking, and we're just about at that point now where it's
that little window
that they should have responded. Evergrande should have responded to the bankruptcy petition that Dr. Marco Metzler of Deutsche Market Screening Agency, a rating agency, former director of Fitch Ratings Agency, has filed against Evergrande.
Yes. So let me say this. So Metzler, yeah, seems like a good guy. Okay, so I'm sorry, I just got thrown off for a second there. So we were trying to say oh, Metzler, shit. I'm losing my
Oh, no
train of
worries.
thought
Yeah.
for a second.
So basically, I'm waiting to hear back from Dr. Metzler
Thanks.
with an update. I'm
Thanks,
sure
bro.
he'll likely have one for us soon. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but as far as I know, from what I've seen, Evergrande should have, should have or should be responding to Dr. Metzler.
Okay.
Now, they could pay the bond payment, right?
Yep.
But if they pay the bond payment, what do you think everyone else is going to do? If you're owed hundreds of thousands, millions, or billions of dollars, and this guy just got paid by Evergrande, aren't you going to be the next one lining up
to get that? Yeah.
And what's
you would think.
Then? Same thing. They're going to go
and
insolvent in bankruptcy court even quicker. They're already insolvent, but at that point, they'll be forced into bankruptcy court.
Okay. And he's filed these down in the Caribbean. Is that correct? He had to go to one of the governments down there. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, because the Grand Caymans, I believe, because that's where Evergrande is based out of.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, he's had to deal with lawyers that have been paid off and
DAs and who knows? Yeah. Corrupt politicians and judges and who knows? Yeah.
Evergrande is literally stating in the news, for example, you can see it on Bloomberg, that Evergrande is offering creditors basically bribes in order for them not to enforce the repayments of their collateral.
Wait. Are you saying Chinese officials are offering bribes?
No, Evergrande. Basically, it's the same shit.
Wait a second here.
You fucking got me.
That's a lie.
Chinese officials are offering fucking bribes. You could
someone in China's offering bribes.
The majority of Evergrande's board of directors are now Chinese Communist Party officials. So, as a matter of fact, you make a great point, Tony. Chinese Communist Party officials are bribing offshore bondholders in order for them not to push the bankruptcy upon Evergrande.
I'm not slamming them. I've done a lot of business in China. That's just how things get done there. So it shouldn't be surprising that Dr. Metzler's. I mean, I'm not slamming him, but
yeah, but
you know
that's
what I'm saying. This
is
to be expected. He's up against a hard fight.
Exactly.
They got a lot of money.
Exactly.
And they are not scared to bribe anybody.
It's another Lehman situation, except these guys are going to keep fighting because they've got no choice left. No choice right here.
They're going to know where to turn. Where else are they going to go?
I mean, for fuck's sake, Massalorian, you just showed me that there's allegations that Janet Yellen and the fucking Plunge protection team and the White House told Vlad Tenev and Robinhood and Citadel and Virtue not to fucking sell any more AMC or GameStop. Are you kidding me?
I know. I wish I had a better story for you. That I talked to Project Veritas and they confirmed.
What do you mean?
I know.
I don't need Project Veritas to tell me what the fuck.
Now you have unleashed. You've unleashed the Reddit and YouTube army tonight, Massalorian.
I know. I'm all done now. No, what I wanted to do was try to get an exclusive interview with whoever this guy is in silhouette. Try to get him incognito to come on and tell us the story. I'm like, just let me have him for 5 minutes. I want 10. Give me 10 good questions I can ask him about that day, what went down. But we know what went down, right? We don't need to even speculate. We know what the hell went down.
Over and over again. Yeah.
I've
seen it happen. The stock market, constantly, you could see 13% drops on the stock market, on the SPY, and getting bought back by those unnamed buyers. Here, let me see here. Share my fucking screen. Where are we at?
Damn, Netflix is down.
Netflix is down 26% after hours.
Man.
Hey, did you guys see the tweet from Jim Cramer on January 3rd? Buy Netflix.
No, did it? Did it? Oh God!
The inverse Cramer ETF is in.
He said buy Netflix on January 3rd, and it was about $600, and about 10 days later, it fell precipitously, and it's been falling ever since then. And then today was like the coup de grace.
As soon as Kramer says AMC is all done, we know we're headed straight to the moon.
Exactly.
That's when you buy in next.
I can't believe I used to like that guy back in the 90s.
Kramer, I know, right?
I mean,
know.
that we all
What a
start out naive at one point.
Yeah, I was also, oh my God, so mad at myself. For years, I was fucking watching Jim Cramer, trying to learn how to fucking trade. Wondering why I'm always losing money. Back in the early 2000s and mid 2000s and things like that. Watching, Mad Money, like this guy might actually fucking be out to help us. Like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I made a few bad trades back in the day off of his info, and I kind of, after getting burnt enough times, I was like, screw this guy. But now I truly realize how corrupt he is.
Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I did too. I said to the same, like, all right, this guy's an asshole. Like, he's obviously not helping me, And now, like you said, everyone's starting to realize that Jim Cramer is the definition of a paid shill, and that's disgusting if you think about it.
I don't know if you guys were around when Motley Fool started out, but I used to think they were a good outfit too. My how times have changed.
Yeah, check this out, guys. This was, I believe, January 26th of 2022. This year, January 26th, 2022, the SPY went down about 13% in one fucking candle, from 428 down to 364.68. All right, here it is on, I believe this was Webull. And then here it is. No, this one's the Webull.
What's that candle? Is that a 5-minute candle? What's that candle?
That's a 1-minute candle loss.
Oof.
Okay, so what happened here was somebody got liquidated, or some positions got liquidated. They were vaporized. So they sold off a massive amount of their positions in the stock market, in the S&P 500. So that caused an immediate drop down to 364.68 on the SPY. Right, as you can see, the open was at 441. Okay, that's 4,400. Okay, on the S&P, and the high was at 44.1.9. The low was at 439, but we had a midday low at 364.68. That caused the volatility index to shoot up immediately from 31 and change up to almost 34 in that 1-minute candle, and it would have kept going up, but it didn't, because the plunge protection team came back in and bought that up. They came in and bought that up, and the way they did that, they didn't actually do it themselves. Let me explain it better. The plunge protection team used money from the ESF fund, I think it's called the Economic Stability Fund, to sell naked shorts on the volatility index, about $50 billion worth. This caused volume traders and algorithms like Citadel and Virtue and BlackRock to purchase equities within the SPY and the S&P, any equities, whatever, because that created a gamma ramp. By selling $50 billion worth of naked puts, naked shorts on the volatility index, they forced algorithm to turn around from selling pressure to buying pressure. So that's one of the ways that they manipulate the stock market. And it hasn't happened once. It hasn't happened twice this year. This year alone, I've seen it happen probably 10 times that I've seen it. That I didn't take screenshots of many of them, but not every single one. But
since you guys talk about this way more than I do, are you thinking that those are pre-coordinated, because those candles are so quick?
Yes, they have to be. They have to know. Like, the DTC knows that they're margin calling a prime broker like BlackRock or Vanguard or State Street or Archegos Capital, right? The family office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Archegos Capital is getting the boom. We got to sell off, all their assets. So that's what they do. They sell off all the fucking assets, and then the plunge protection team immediately sells billions and billions of dollars worth of naked shorts on the volatility index in order to create a gamma ramp on the SPY. It's as simple as that. And gamma ramp means purchasing of assets, for those that aren't aware.
Can we go over who's on the PPP team?
Look at this. Janet Yellen is the head of the Plunge protection team.
Okay.
And on this date, January 26, 2022, the stock market crashed to 3,640 for the S&P, 364 on the SPY. Like, that's huge. Down from 430, that was a 13% drop. I held shitloads of VIX calls, shitloads, like hundreds. I know people that held hundreds of VIX calls. Those should have paid us out hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wow. What's the date on that? January. That was January 8th?
26th.
They should have paid out, but what happened? It happened so fast you couldn't react?
There was no chance because they injected the funds immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
It was like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, they got that. They can wield that kind of sway, huh?
But look at this. That happened with nothing else going on in the stock market.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What are they going to do when banks are collapsing and
Shit
hedge
hits the
funds are
fan.
fucking delta hedging and
Right.
fear of missing out is at all-time highs and
Right.
Gamut, who is squeezing, and delta hedging is going on. And Chinese collateral is worthless, and Russian collateral is fucking getting taken out of the stock market by Putin's order for it to be done in the next 10 days. They're fucked, man.
Janet Yellen's in the chat, Boss Blunt's sending you out a shout
My
out.
girlfriend. How are you? Look at this. Are you still
Oh,
watching my
Yeller.
screen?
Yes.
Putin signs decree to remove Russian stocks from overseas exchanges in a huge blow to the nation.
The nation's billionaires.
America, mainstream media, is trying to spin this as if Biden is hurting Russian billionaires. It is hurting Russian billionaires, but they're going to be fine.
They're billionaires.
He's going to take care of them. Putin signed a new decree on April 16th that requires Russian companies to remove their listings from overseas exchanges like the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, etc. That means trillions of dollars of collateral are about to get wiped the fuck out of American markets. Trading and depository receipts on foreign exchanges must stop 10 days after the bill is published. It was signed on April 16th, 2022. There we go.
What date? April 16th?
It was signed on the 16th.
I'm taking notes here.
This article was published on April 19th today. Well, isn't this interesting, boys and girls?
Get ready for the roller coaster between now and June. That's what all I can say.
I continue to buy VIX calls. I continue to buy AMC, GameStop. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm going to keep loading up on everything that I can because, in my opinion, this shit's on its way.
You think
this shit's on its way.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You think as long as Russia's in Ukraine, we're gonna have the VIX continuing to rise steadily?
Well, the VIX is down right now, and we've been fishing. We've been great fucking deals on it in the think tank, and I'm sure you guys have as well. Doing your thing, and the Wolf Pack. Everybody's been fucking killing it out there, and we've been playing this game. And the game is that I may lose for a little while or a long while, just like on the VIX and AMC and GameStop. But at some point, just like in 2008, shit's gonna hit the fan, and we're gonna get paid the fuck out. And the Federal Reserve is going to bail out all these assholes, and they're going to pretend like we were never here.
Hey, can we talk about this little graphic you got up right now?
Mm-hmm. This is Ray Dalio's 6 key signs of an empire decline. What happens first? Interest rates hit 0% out of economic necessity in order to save the economy. And that's not enough, so then money printing has to occur. That's quantitative easing. That's stimulus checks. That's trillions of dollars in bailouts since 2008 and even the 2000 dot-com bubble. And then you've got a financial crisis, which we saw in 2000 dot-com bubble, 2008, and it's still going on today. And that's what's fucking popping at this moment. What else? We've got wealth gaps, which are at all-time highs.
None of that.
People are getting wiped the fuck out. And now we've got internal conflict, like you could say red versus blue, you could say white versus black, you could say green versus yellow, anything. There's internal COVID versus anti-COVID, whatever the fuck. We are all in this together. People need to fucking remember that it doesn't matter if you vote Democrat or Republican or Libertarian. We all just want the best for ourselves and for our families and our children. you know, but these people don't give a fuck about us. They couldn't care less whether we make money or lose money, whether we live or die, whether the vaccine kills us or saves us, whether COVID kills us or saves us. That doesn't fucking matter to them as long as our money ends up in their pockets at the end of the day, and they end up continuing to make more money off for-profit prisons, for-profit education, and for-profit slave wages against people every single fucking day of their life, generation after generation after generation. And then you've got external conflict. And that's when you've got a situation like we're seeing with America, Russia, China, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, you fucking name it, Venezuela, Brazil. There's all sorts of shit going on between BRIC countries, NATO countries, you know, communist countries. Things are off the chain here, and the changing world order is kind of in effect. You know, the Great Reset is in full effect. So the only thing that we can do is hedge ourselves for what's coming in order to be able to combat the hyperinflation and the destruction of the middle class in the future. Because I'm not looking to give people handouts when I become filthy fucking rich in the stock market. But I will create businesses and create jobs in addition to the ones that I've already created in order to make my city, my county, my state, my whatever, a better place as much as possible. And I think that's the way that the majority of people should help others instead of just giving them fucking handouts. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think a lot of us are approaching it that way. I believe.
And I think that I hope that people like you guys and Pantheon and others that are tuned into
Tony
this
Denaro.
stuff like we are stick around on YouTube after AMC is over to help people learn how to survive and thrive in what is coming, undoubtedly, whether it's a year or 10 years from now. I think it is very hard to argue that it's not coming. The timeline is uncertain, but
yeah, it's definitely on its way.
Nothing's for sure. Sorry, but nothing's for sure, right? We've seen how desperate that the Plunge protection team, the White House, broker dealers, banks, governments, the SEC, all these guys are clinging to maintain the status quo that they've currently got going in the financial system because they don't want to lose their power. That's why I believe they're so desperately pushing things like the new digital coin.
Oh yeah, for sure. They want to automate the entire planet under one digital currency, not just the U.S. Klaus Schwab and all them, they got a different game plan. He's got Trudeau. They want Buttigieg to be the next president of the United States. He's in the World Economic Forum's Young Leaders. So isn't Victoria Nuland, Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, Buttigieg
or whatever.
Yeah,
forgot his name.
Pete Buttigieg. They're lining him up to be the next candidate, right, for the Democratic Party. He's part of Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum Young Leaders. He's been groomed for this position, just like Justin Trudeau, just like Putin, just like Merkel. They've all been part of this gang, right, that was brought up. Privileged. That's another thing about the privilegedness. The privilegedness goes for the entire establishment. Okay, it's not done by race or gender or any of that stuff. Privileged people, it's by wealth, not by any other determination. The only way you're privileged is if you have money that you can use as toilet paper. That's the only people that are privileged on this planet. No one else is privileged because of anything else that they have. They have what they have because they worked for it and they attained it through hard work and labor and sweat and tears. So I'm tired of hearing that narrative.
But then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
People are defending Joe Biden's son for sitting on the board of Ukrainian energy companies making $200,000 a month. A guy who knows absolutely nothing about Ukrainian or energy companies whatsoever. But that's not a conflict of interest to have John Kerry's son and Nancy Pelosi's son also sitting on
Ukrainian oil companies
of energy. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous.
And somehow we're in a proxy war with Russia over Ukraine all of a sudden.
Yeah,
weird, right?
People call me a conspiracy theorist for thinking that. I call it conflict of interest. Wouldn't you want your kid to make millions and millions of dollars every year off of Ukraine for the next eternity? Of course you want that for your lineage. And
Yeah.
these crooks
They call you a conspiracy theorist to try and marginalize you because you're onto something.
Bingo.
Right.
Bingo.
Right.
All of us in AMC and GameStop and BBIG, all the meme stocks. I don't exclude them. And you guys probably don't either when you say AMC and GameStop. It's just that those are what we believe, what I believe to be the largest, that are going to squeeze the hardest, that are going to cause the most problem.
There are probably dozens of them out there they're going to squeeze in some way or another. Yeah.
Check this out. Yep. How many you want to see? You want to see Ocugen Inc. go up?
Where's Ideanomics? Tell me Ideanomics is in there. Like a lot of shares of that.
Bionanogenomics, BNGO, went up 2,894% on February 16th, 2021.
What's their ticker symbol? Bingo?
Bingo, BNGO, 2,894% on the 16th of 2021. Why? Because GameStop and AMC went position close only on January 28th because the White House probably made them. And as we know, Citadel and Virtue had a conversation with Robinhood as well as other broker dealers, etc. And then we have them finally available for trading again after everything is calmed down a little bit, after these things get washed through the dark pool for several 100 billion times. And then even still, the cost reverberations in the market on all these stocks. Ocugen, OCGN, 5,259%. Same went up to $15 from fucking a quarter. You name it. Vaxart, 347 on the second. Inivio, 56 on the first. Lots of them. Tilray, 1,000% on February 10th. Kronos Group, 188% on the 10th. Okay, and the list goes on, man. There's just more and more. Organogram, 400% on the 10th. Black Sky, Blink Charging, BLNK, 678% on February 9th. Let's see what else we got here. Let's find some good ones. CPS Technologies, 1,400% on February 16th. Gevo, 1,388 on February 10th. Orbital Energy, 1,250% on February 16th. Can you imagine the amount of money that call contracts on any of these would have made you? Go use call contract like optionsprofitcalculator.com and figure it out for yourself. Look at this. Foresight Autonomous went 1,000% on the 10th. Sensionics, 1,300% on the 16th. You see a correlation here. Everything's between like the 9th and the 10th and the 16th, really. BioLays on the 9th. Canopy Growth on the 10th. Aurora Cannabis, 385%.
There's Aurora. There she is.
There you go. All heavily shorted stocks. All the heavily shorted stocks, dude. Orogenics, 187% on the 9th. Acosti Pharma, 500% on the 10th. Let's go.
Hey, boss.
Biologics. What up, brother?
I've been using Options Profit Calculator, but I stumbled across another one that I think I like better. I'm curious if either of you guys have looked at this one. It's also free, but they have a paid option also. But the basics, like on Options Profit Calculator, are free. It's Options Strat, like strategy, but STRAT. Optionsstrat.com.
Hell yeah. Good looking out, Tony. Optionsstrat.com. Let me Google it because it didn't.
When did you find that?
You can slide your strike price and make a lot of adjustments without having to retype everything.
Nice. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. I'm going to give this a shot. Thanks. Bookmark that right away.
Is that an all-time high for Sundial? Gotta be, right?
That was right there, I believe.
Yeah.
295. Let's see, Naked Brand over here ran 1,800%. Zyomedica 3,000%. Fuel Cell Energy 1,200%. So yeah, as you can see, Castor Maritime 1,341% on the 11th.
Oh my god!
Like, and these stocks were cheap. This thing's now it went up 13% to get to $17. Like, what the fuck?
I think Ideanomics right now is like $1.20 a share, if that. Might not even be that high.
Yeah, I don't think that's on this list. You know what I mean?
No, I saw it. It was there. You had it.
Oh, sweet.
You pulled it. Ideanomics. It was down there in the bottom under Castor. Yeah, keep going down one more.
Shit,
right
there.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, 529. And look at it. Just shorted.
Yep.
Shorted. Because they got their margin back. So it was just like, okay, yeah, they ran it up, and then they rolled over whatever they could with ISDA contracts, future swaps, married puts, naked puts, you know, selling synthetic shares, washing everything, selling wash sales to each other, and, you know, dark pool abuse, all sorts of things. So yeah, that's exactly what happened to all these. And so now they're all fucking cheap again. You know, that's why I'm pumped. The lower AMC and GameStop go, in my opinion, the better. Period. Yep. Why? That sounds stupid, but that gives us a better buying opportunity.
I think if you're patient and you accumulate some of these on these really low prices instead of you know, buying them at the top of those peaks, like so many people are tempted to do. If you didn't, like I said on my live stream the other day, if you didn't catch the run up, don't FOMO in at the top. Just wait, buy it in cheap. It's going to come back. It might be a month, 6 months, a year, but I think that patience will pay off as long as the company is not a train wreck. You know, as long as it's not going bankrupt.
Yeah, I think Tony means in not to tell people, but I think you mean like in a regular stock, like don't buy in at the top, like, you know, try to get in it using proper technical analysis.
Well, and I think there's so many new investors, especially watching on YouTube, when they see something running like that, and on day 2 they're buying in, and it's already too late at that point.
Yeah, they get caught holding the bag.
When you chase, you get wrecked, you know. And I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys are very busy, but you know, when we had that 40% run on AMC, when it went up 20%, I said, okay, it's time to buy some calls, but not a lot. And that was nice. Then it ran up 40%, and I'm like, okay, that was great, but that's not enough. We need another 40, 50% day to say that things are actually happening, because that was fake as hell. And I day traded my calls twice and made double my money each time on them in that day and a half period, which was really fucking solid. Then I immediately knew, you know, I saw guys like Trace Trades putting videos out like, oh, this is it. And he literally had a video called "This Is It." And I'm like, wow, you're a fucking jackass, bro. Stop telling people. And so I put out a short video, like a 1-minute video, telling people, hey, chill out. This is just like Highcroft mining, short squeeze reverberations through AMC and GameStop and ETF and ETN product baskets. Unless we have multiple 40% days, this is not it. Don't go chasing waterfalls. And sure shit, the next day, AMC got shorted to crap over and over and over again. And that's going to keep fucking happening.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What 18
I have bought calls. I have bought calls when it was $15 here. What was it, a month ago, and sold them as it was running to 34, because same thinking that you're at, you know, I'm not going to hold those calls when I'm up 500%, 600%. Fucking sell them.
Please don't, guys.
Always
don't
be taking profits.
Yep. Yeah, please don't.
And I think he means in you probably mean in increments and in layers, right? Don't just.
I sold them in two tranches.
There you go. There you go, people. You know, that's just an idea of a strategy that you could implement in your own way to take some profits. You know, you don't have to sell your shares to be able to make some money. You know,
don't
take some profits. And guess what? That gives then the opportunity, if that wasn't the squeeze, that gives the opportunity to buy more for when you do think the squeeze is going to happen. So, great. I'm glad to hear that, man. Tony, good looking out. People need to hear that more often.
I was amazed at how many people were posting on Twitter about how much money they lost holding their calls. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, don't.
I think Trey even said that. Guys, please, this time around, I see things like, I swear to God, just a couple weeks ago, he made a video that said, please, guys, whatever you do, cash in those tickets. Do not get caught. Please.
That's what shares are for. You hold your shares.
Yeah. Yes.
But you make your money on calls.
I'll definitely be holding a lot of calls to really high prices, but I'll be taking profits along the way. You know what I mean? Yep. I'm not going to hold every single one of them trying to time the top. That's never going to fucking happen.
Forget it.
Never.
You can't. Can't. We have no idea how this thing is going to play out. We get no clue. They're gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink at us. So, oh man, can't wait. It's exciting.
I wanted to bring up a completely unrelated point, but it was kind of an aha moment as I was watching Boss and Pantheon and a few other videos earlier this afternoon. Of all the videos that came up next in my autoplay was the Trey and Adam Aaron interview from a year ago. You guys remember that one?
Sure. Yep.
And I just want to bring this up for anybody that's listening in that is frustrated at Aaron or the timing or what this company is doing to improve their fundamentals. If you go back and watch that video, in the first 10 minutes of Aaron talking, he said something that I try and gently remind people all along when they say how pissed off they are at Aaron. And he said his plan is to slowly improve the fundamentals of the company. And I think it's good to be reminded of that every now and then. And I think he is doing just that. Every quarter is getting better and better.
Great job.
He's making strategic steps. And his plan never was to make a short squeeze happen tomorrow. His plan is to fix the company, and the short squeeze will take care of itself as the company becomes profitable again. So
exactly. The stronger
just
the
throwing
company,
that out there. Give Aaron a break. He's
stronger
doing
the company,
job.
the better, right?
Yes.
Because if this company now owns a gold mine that could have an unknown amount of other metals in it as well as we are well aware that the COMEX is extremely abused and used. And that means that silver and gold are artificially manipulated and shorted down as well, like much more heavily than most people can imagine. So what does that do for a company like AMC? Not only does their investment right now hold a lot of value, but its extrinsic value and intrinsic value in the future is going to be probably increased exponentially, because there's no real quantifiable number that you could say that they're going to make, because if silver squeezes 2,000% or 5,000% and gold squeezes the same, for example, just throwing numbers out there, all of a sudden that gold mine is not going to be worth a few $1 billion. It's going to be worth hundreds of billions, if not possibly trillions of dollars. And that's just more money in the bottom line of AMC's coffers. That makes them invincible from ever going bankrupt. So the piddly debt they have now is going to be nothing within a matter of months or years, really.
I haven't heard you talk about Highcroft, and you and I have not talked about it. So I have talked about it on my channel. I'm just curious what your timeline is. If I don't know if you own any Highcroft, I don't yet, but I'm going to.
I got calls, yeah.
And I'm looking at it as like a 5-year play. I'm curious what your timeline is on Highcroft.
I think it was proven already from what happened a few weeks ago on the Highcroft FOMO and squeeze that happened. That's it's also heavily shorted, and I think that market makers and hedge funds were heavily shorting it for quite a long time. So when AMC bought them and Adam Aaron said these institutions are about to choke on that, that's exactly what he meant. He knew that there's going to be a nice big squeeze on it, to really shake things up in the market. And that's exactly what happened, So
we talking about Highcroft?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think the run up towards $3, you think that was one of the squeezes for Highcroft, or you think there's another one coming?
I think that was just a little like that was a suppressed squeeze, in my opinion, on Highcroft mine. I think it was a suppressed squeeze. It was a squeeze, and then they suppressed the shit out of it. They, heavily shorted against it to keep it from going any higher than that, and it still squeezed up to $3 and change. You know what I mean? So
yep.
Then it caused afterwards other heavily shorted companies in the same ETF baskets and shit, like AMC and GameStop and a bunch of other stuff, start running in the days and weeks after. You guys remember that, I'm sure. And that's just the way the markets work. You know what I mean? Money's got to move around. So I think
I think I'm going to be buying it in the next 1 to 2 months. It'll hit my price range where I feel comfortable buying it, and then it's long-term hold till that next squeeze whenever it happens.
I'm still looking forward to May. I think mid-May. This is not financial advice, but I'm still looking forward to Delta hedging has to start to account for this executive order that takes effect June 3rd, man. There's no getting around it.
No.
That's why before the 28th, and they were already running, and it had already been extended. because they were already hedging in December. They're hedging in December. They're hedging in January, and on January 14th, it was extended even further, right, all the way through May 27th, through that executive order. But on January 28th, the broker dealers literally had to go position close only. It shows how deep the corruption goes and how serious the situation is. That this shit's going to explode, man, and people are going to see numbers that they never imagined.
I know it's kind of hard to contemplate, to fathom, after seeing the run up from GameStop in January and then AMC in June, what we might be seeing like on a whole nother level. I just hope people can handle the volatility. That's all.
If we start running in May, it'll be visible. You know, it'll be visible on the uptick because you can see the algorithmic trading every time, right, guys? I mean, you remember?
Yeah.
May and June, January of last year, and when they start buying it, you can see that shit every second of it.
Yeah.
You know, so if it happens day after day after day, I think it's a clear indication that they're getting ready. And then if those executive orders get extended, people should be aware of that.
We got.
So you're saying we should plan for Vegas in July? Is that what I'm hearing?
4th of July weekend.
July. Let's go.
We got a lot of people in the chat. We got I've seen Mr. Gensler's here, Yeller's here. We got a lot of Yellen's here. Yeller. I'm calling her Yeller now because of boss. All right, can we take some questions? How do you guys feel about that? Do you mind if we take a couple questions? It's already okay. All right, you guys don't mind?
Grab some water.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, Tony. So I did send the guy back an email today and said, hey, listen, I don't know if you caught it or not, but I said, we reached out. We got in touch with you guys 2 weeks ago about getting Diane on for an interview. Then she went on Bazinga, and it didn't go so well.
Yeah.
But we have, we already said we would give you the questions ahead of time. She can go out and plan her answers, but we want, truthful answers to the questions. We won't throw anything on her last minute. And I said, listen, when I go to the audience and, we're talking about 25, 30,000 subscribers between the groups that, of people that I'm associated with, I said, well, I'm going to be truthful with them and say, they never got back to me at HR. So, nothing against Highcroft at all, but, reach out to us, guys. You got retail investors here who want to know about your company. We're interested in it. We're looking for long-term plays.
Potentially highly motivated buyers.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
It'd be a shame for them not to show up.
Yeah, Diane. So please come on and talk with us, and we'll go light on you. I'm not going to take you to town. I'm very fair. I just want to know. We just have some questions about the future plans of Highcroft, and we want to meet the CEO, who's the person who's the brains behind this whole thing. I think it'd be good to introduce stuff to retail. Yeah, one thing, but you're looking at a bunch of retail people who are looking for somewhere safe to put their money. So convince us that Highcroft is the place to go.
Maybe they got scared off by that Motley Fool article that all the apes are pissed off that Shawnee Boy is on the board.
That, and I think the Benzinga interview, honestly, because we didn't, as soon as that came through, then we haven't heard back since then. So
which by the way, nobody gives a shit who got the board seat.
I know. I know.
That's just more made up media bullshit.
Someone asked a question earlier. Did I write it down? About the collateral damage letter.
Collateral damage letter.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Do you know what that is?
Collateral damage letter. That doesn't ring a bell.
No, not to me either. I saw it pop up in the chat. Someone asked about it.
Ask the question again. It rings a bell, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Is it something about presidents in wartime? Is that what it has to do with? Because technically, we're not in a war right now. We're in a proxy war. Congress hasn't sent us to war yet.
Someone said that was CSI.
Oh, with CSI? CSI, what are you talking about, brother? Let's see. Let's take some questions. I'm not going to go back in the chat. So if there's a question coming up now, I'll start to pull them up. And it can be addressed to anyone, I guess.
Oh yeah,
Okay. J Dubs wants to know, Boss Blunts, sir, what are you smoking?
I'm smoking an American Spirit right now, but
Oh,
I'm also smoking on some Kush. So
okay.
I
And
smoked 2 blunts so far in this stream, but I probably smoked 7 today. So
I'm excited for you to come. I'm excited for you to come to Boston so we can have some Beantown weed.
oh, that'd be great. That'd
Yeah,
be
it'll be
great.
fun. It'll be fun. Let's see. Hold on. It says Boss here. Tay wants your opinion. He wants to know if you think AMC will go down around $10 before June 3rd.
All right.
Be
Now
honest.
I like giving people predictions, but I don't like being wrong. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised to see AMC get between $8 to $12 within the next 3 weeks. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see AMC hit all-time highs before June 3rd, 2020, or sorry, before June 4th or 5th, 2022. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Do you have any qualifiers? Do you have any qualifiers to explain why you think it would go down? Because I got asked that same question because of you, and I added a qualifier to it.
Because
my qualifier was if the market crashes, yes, absolutely, we're going to go in that range. But I didn't know if that was your thinking also, or if you think they're going to drive it down independent of what the indexes are doing. So now I get to ask you in person.
Oh, that's a great question, bro. Let's put it this way. AMC and GameStop are going to get shorted down as much as they can. And then when the market's getting beat up because of, Russian collateral leaving the market and Chinese sanctions, the market's going to go down further. And at some point, they're going to have to start delta hedging for AMC and GameStop, right? The question is, how low do they want to bring them before they start buying back on these securities, on their shorts sold they have not yet purchased?
At $8 to $10, we'll have apes selling their wives to buy more shares. That'd be
Seriously.
stupid to let it stay down that long.
Yeah, $8 to $12, I think, is realistic. I've talked to my TA guys, and none of them see it going there. And I tell them, it's not going there because of TA. It's probably going to go there because those are our previous serious support levels that we've had during times of real duress, like the battle for 801, the battle for $12, all that shit that we've seen in the past for AMC. And then because nobody's going to sell, so they're never going to be able to bring it back down to zero, in my opinion. Like 4 million, 5 million, 6 million AMC holders are not going to all fucking sell. Because I know I'm not.
Right.
I know.
No, I don't know.
They're going to fucking hold and be
Crazy.
like, I want more, because that's all we've fucking done, and that's why their algorithm doesn't work. So yeah, I do see the price down, and that's why we're going to get filthy fucking rich if we buy a shitload of calls and manage to work out the proper time to sell and exercise some of those calls. Because I know I'm not just going to be selling calls. I'm going to exercise a certain percentage of my calls with some of my profit, keep some of the other profit on the side in order to shove those shares up Ken Griffin's ass.
Hey, would you be willing to trade a Q the Speeder hoodie for We're Gonna Be So Fucking Rich hat?
Yes.
Is that a fair trade? I think it's a fair trade, no? All right. What size do you need? Extra large?
I got a big head, man. I'm usually like a 7.5.
You got a big head.
Yeah, brother.
What's that? Is that fitted or is that strappable?
They're snapbacks.
The snapbacks? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, we got a few black.
When we get off tonight, we're gonna switch addresses and I'll send you a hoodie.
All right, cool.
All right. Let's see. All right, hold on. Someone had a question. Oh, right here. Harry Parrott said, for Boss, if Russia backs the ruble, fiat crypto, with gold, why wouldn't the world use it as currency of choice for dealing with businesses throughout the world?
Say it again.
If Russia backs the ruble and fiat crypto with gold, why wouldn't the world use it as the currency of choice for dealing with businesses throughout the world? And it's only because it's addressed to Boss. I'm giving it to you, Boss. But if you want to pass it off.
In my opinion, that's because the majority of Western countries and European countries don't want to trade in the ruble because they have to trade with America. And because of the sanctions that these countries have with Russia and previous deals that they have, like contracts that they have for energy, they don't want to pay in rubles, but they're forced to at this point. Otherwise, they're not going to get any fucking gas. But they're only doing that because they have to, not because they want to. Meanwhile, countries, the globalization is over, in my opinion. I think that we're seeing deglobalization. We're going to see the West trade with Europe and Russia and
Australia,
China.
New Zealand.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then like China and Russia and other parties like Iraq and Iran are going to trade with them as well. So we're not going to see the U.S. dollar as the dollar of choice anymore. There's going to be all sorts of dollars being traded much more heavily than there is currently. You know, euros, which is actually going to, in my opinion, deflate versus the dollar. Mark my words on that one, I think.
Do you think the euro is going to deflate versus the dollar coming up?
Absolutely. Yep. They're completely dependent on American energy at this point.
Yeah.
Biden tricked Europe into
I know.
with NATO.
To this stupid NATO thing. That's why Germany, France, Austria, Hungary, Netherlands, they didn't want Ukraine in NATO for this specific reason. There's a very specific reason why they didn't agree to this and why the Minsk Accords were set as they were back in 2014. There's a reason why the Minsk Accords were set up. And ever since then, Ukraine, with the backing of the U.S. and Great Britain, has continued to wage this proxy war in the eastern regions of Ukraine. 8 years now, 14,000 people, ethnic Russians, have been killed in this fight. So,
and Ukrainians,
this thing about
Ukrainians and Russians, I think you meant to say, yeah.
I'm sorry, yes, Ukrainians and Russians, yeah. People have died on both sides, right? But I don't know if Boss and Tony saw my video of Zelensky down at the front lines back in 2019. Did you see it?
It's fake.
I did.
You did, Tony? Yeah. And he went down there and basically he got punked by one of the commanders from the Azov battalion who said, "Take a hike, bro. You don't have any power here." And Zelensky said to him, "What do you think? I'm a sucker? I'm a 43-year-old president." And the guy said, "Take a hike, dude. You don't have any power here. We'll take you and your family out in 2 seconds." I literally think that Zelensky has a gun to his head right now. If he does not follow through and he capitulates to Russia, I know mayors have already disappeared in Ukraine because they wanted to surrender to Russia, and their family members have disappeared. I can't verify any of that by fact right now, but there's a lot of rumors and speculation coming out of Ukraine that the Azov and right sector and some of these other neo-Nazi fascists who have been around since the Third Reich in the 40s, they were fighting the Russians. They've been there a long time, and this is not something new. These guys are ultra neo-Nazis. They're not your run-of-your-mill yahoos down in, the bayous of Louisiana. These guys are hardcore, legit. They even have fighters coming from other countries that are neo-Nazis. You got guys from Sweden, I saw, Finland, Canada, guys that have the same ideology as the people supposedly that are the biggest threat to democracy in the United States. We are giving them funds and weapons to wage this proxy war. And remember what happened with the Mujahideen? They ended up turning into Al-Qaeda, right? We sent them weapons. We armed them. They fought the Russians. And bin Laden came around and said, "Okay, America, thank you very much. Now we're going to turn these weapons on you guys." And they used it for 20 years in the fight for Afghanistan and Iraq. So if you were looking to get into another slug it out war, they're trying to drag Russia into a Vietnam. That's what they're doing. I mean, that's basically what they're doing. And Russia right now is cranking it up, the offensive, because these guys are buried in Mariupol and Odessa. They have these big warehouses that they're overtaking, the steel plants, all these things. Russia has to bring in big ordnance, bunker busting technology, bombs, because everything's underground, and they're trying to root these people out. I mean, it just sucks for the people of Ukraine. I hate talking about war, but I'm going to shut up.
It's not a fun subject.
Someone talk about the market.
It's not a fun subject. It's just part of the market right now. People hate to believe it, but economics and global politics and geopolitical issues are major parts of the stock market. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
The most amazing thing about it, besides the hard hitting stuff that you're bringing, Massalorian, is how many people got it wrong that this would be over in 4 days.
Not even close. Not even close. Those guys are so dug in. The only problem with the Ukrainian army is they don't have, well, right now, first of all, they've had almost all of their oil and all of anything they need to move heavy artillery and armor. All of their stations have been destroyed. I think the last one, Russia just blew up. So they're going to have a hard time, like I said, going on the counteroffensive. If they are able to defend, they won't be able to go on the counteroffensive. They don't have the heavy machinery that Russia does. These guys are running around in infantry pockets, battalions with NLAWs and javelins. So it's very easy to wage a guerrilla warfare with that type of artillery when you can use shoulder fire rockets to destroy $60 million tanks with a $20,000 missile. So they can't. The problem is they don't have the fuel right now to bring to the front lines in the eastern parts of Ukraine because Russia has taken out all of their infrastructure as far as fueling up their armaments. And that's going to be tough for them they're not going to be able to push back. They can right now only defend. And I think that's their biggest issue is Russia has the tanks, the air support, and the long-range artillery to be able to bomb them into submission. And they're not getting any help right now. I mean, they're not getting any help from their NATO allies. I know they're not a part of NATO, but the rest of NATO seems to be treating them like they are with all the money they're giving them and flushing into their country. So I think we got a long fight ahead of us. I would buckle in. This ain't going to be like you said. They thought they'd be in Kiev in 3 days, and now they've completely abandoned the whole offensive on Kiev. They just completely abandoned the capital. That would have been their best move. If they rolled in there in 72 hours and took the capital, war's over. War's over. They put in a proxy. They put in a puppet government for Putin, and that's it. And everybody goes home. But because of the United States, because of all the weapons they flooded into the country, and calling for foreign fighters to come over and join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion, they're just pushing this further and further out when we could have negotiated this weeks ago and saved countless lives, and we didn't. It's a shame.
America wants this right now. This is their best way to print money, and the war is actually helping them curb inflation a little bit.
For sure.
And then give them an excuse to blame it on the situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to say that it's Putin's tax. It's not Putin's tax.
Yeah.
Inflation jumped up.
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
The Pentagon stated that that Ukraine is using all of the weapons that they send them every week, all of the missiles and bombs, and the first day that it arrives every week. And we're sending them billions of dollars in weekly aid, and Biden continues to push for more and more money for Ukraine, our fucking taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, our people are going homeless, suffering. You know, our veterans are going homeless as well and get shit medical care, as well as the majority of Americans. And then all this money is just being pushed over there for all these other causes in a case of emergency to save our NATO bases and our NATO infrastructure. But it's too late. You know, Putin has already destroyed 2/3 of all NATO infrastructure in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's been his goal. Like you said, it would have been smart to roll into Ukraine, Kiev, and take it over, but that's not the point. That's not what Putin wanted to do.
Nope.
I don't think the point was at all to go in there and take all these cities. He's attacking Mariupol, and it's pretty much completely leveled. Haven't helped those people. I'm sorry, and I shouldn't say but aside from that, the fact remains that Mariupol is the headquarters of the neo-Nazi Azov battalion.
Yep, that's their district.
Yeah, that's the main reason, in my opinion, that Putin
they're holding out,
are attacking Mariupol and are going to take that town, especially.
Yeah,
that's why they've been shooting, missiles with jets at key targets. They're not shooting every single building. They're not shooting. Nope. They're not carpet
targeted bombing. Strikes. Yep.
They could
targeted strikes.
They could. Let's be honest. If Putin and Russia wanted to, they could just get cheap old carpet bombs from back in the day,
Level
and
the city.
them all over Ukraine, and it would be a
Yep.
fucking tragedy. But they'd be able to just waltz in there, and no Russians would really die in comparison. But it
Yep.
doesn't seem like that's the goal, right? Otherwise, it would have
No.
already happened.
Right. They never called a no-fly zone. So Russia still has control of the airspace. I mean, they do have anti-aircraft, right? But they never called a no-fly zone. So
And they've lost a lot of weaponry, and sure, Russia's lost a lot of weapons and some jets and tanks and things like that.
Yep.
But they've, like we said, they've been doing these little targeted strikes. When they come in there with waves of fighter jets and waves of tanks and really start doing damage,
that's going to be G.
Good for the Ukrainian people, sadly.
No, that's going to be G. They're going to call game on that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. They can't. That's the whole problem. They can't go on the counteroffensive. If they had the armaments to go on the counteroffensive, different story. But they just don't. Go ahead, boss.
No.
Is it cynical to think about who's going to get all the contracts to rebuild Ukraine?
Burisma. I mean, Halliburton.
Well, that's tough to say, man. I don't know who's going to get the contracts. I would imagine it'd probably be, since it's America's money laundering capital of the world, it would probably be someone that's, going to be getting their pockets lined. So who knows?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be someone that's attached to the government. Somehow they, they'll have some attachment to some congressman or Pelosi or someone. Whoever's running the government right now, it's not Joe Biden, and clearly it's not Kamala Harris. And I'm going to guess right now it's not Nancy Pelosi either, because she's half in the bag half the time. So I don't think it's Pelosi either. Whether it's Barack or not, I don't know. Maybe. But who is he passing his orders along to? Not Pelosi. She can't even take a message. There's no way it's Pelosi. It's got to be somebody else that's high up there, that's running the show. Maybe chief of staff. I don't know.
Massalorian, put Clark's question up there.
Sure. Clark? Okay. Clark? No. I said tonight I wasn't going to let Clark ask a question for one night.
Oh, okay.
We give him a 30 a night, and Julie said cut him off tonight if boss comes on. So he's all done. No, hold on, Clark. Here you go. Is it possible that the Biden administration wants to purposely crash the entire economy and stock market so he can force a central digital currency on the U.S.? I'll just say something real quick. I don't know if Biden wants to do that, but I think that other people do. I don't think Biden cares what happens right now, as long as he's getting warm milk at night and a blanket. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I don't think he gives a shit.
He gets his ice cream and warm milk.
Yeah, that's it. He's good. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Go ahead, Tony. What do you think?
I just wanted to comment on that. I think we're a long way away from a central digital currency, so I don't think that Joey Boy's thinking about that.
Yeah. But I think the world governments are, for sure.
Yes, down the road, that is, I think, the master plan, but not crashing the economy this year because of that. They're not ready yet to unleash the kraken of a central digital currency. But stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
I don't think the Biden administration wants to purposely crash the economy and stock market. The Federal Reserve and the Biden administration have an obsession with the stock market. They are trying extremely hard to make it look as good as possible.
I know.
Fudging the unemployment numbers by
fudging inflation, CPI data.
Yeah, they're forcing people to quit their jobs and then get fired, or comply with vaccine mandates, and then they're claiming record low unemployment numbers because people
everybody quit
leaving the workforce and haven't looked for a job in the last 4 weeks. So the survey marks them as not searching for employment. And then they're touting everything that's happening as a good thing for their administration. Meanwhile, everyone can see right through it and sees that their approval ratings are record lows. So that being said, I don't think they want to crash the economy of the stock market. I think they realize that it's inevitable. They used COVID and the reverse purchase program and bailouts and all sorts of other things to save the markets and prop up the markets, like the PPT, Plunge Protection Team, and all sorts of things, and try to make try to artificially inflate our GDP by printing more money under the guise of COVID spending and under the guise of Russian and Ukrainian war, and soon to come, Chinese and Taiwan war. So unfortunately, eventually we'll see a digital currency, but as of right now, I think the things that are on the horizon are the stock market crash.
I think they have a social agenda that they're trying to push, but unfortunately, with COVID and their drunken spending, they being Congress, not picking out any particular party, now they're stuck in a car driving downhill, and the steering wheel just came loose. And they know at the bottom of that hill is an administration change, because what always happens when the economy crashes, the party in power gets voted out.
Yes.
That is almost
Guarantee.
inevitable.
Yep.
So no, they don't want to crash the economy. They're trying to do everything they can to prop it up and blame it on anybody else. But they're running out of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me and Boss were just saying that before you came on, Tony. They're not looking to crash it right now. They're still trying to win an election in the midterms. I mean, they are desperately trying to hold on to power right now while pushing a narrative that 70% of the population rejects. So they're up against two stone walls right now. It's going to two things we got to talk about going forward is the security of the election in 2022. That's a big thing, because I think the Dems see what's coming and they prepared well for it in 2020. They were able to manipulate a lot of things because of the pandemic. And a lot of those states have not overturned some of those election, supplementations that were put into place back then. A lot of states still have them in place. And it's going to be a fight when we get closer to voting time to implement. Here's what you don't want. You don't want people showing up at polling booths with AK-47s and AR-15s checking people's IDs. You don't want random people doing that, right? So let's just put the laws back to where they were. You need to come with an ID, and they'll check it inside like normally we do every 4 years or 2 years. You don't want random people outside checking IDs and intimidating people, because I could see us go in that direction. People saying, okay, fuck it. The government's not going to check IDs. Well, then it's up to us, gentlemen, because we want to make sure that our vote counts, and someone coming in with no ID doesn't take away my vote. So that's not the road you want to go down. So let's get the laws locked up. Let's make sure everyone knows we're on the same page. So there's no bickering and fighting and doubt after the election outcome. Let's know that, hey, it was one fair and square. All the election laws were put back into place that were there prior to the pandemic, and whoever wins wins. And best of luck to them. Go ahead, guys. Sorry, I'm just going on rants sometimes. Go ahead.
Pantheon put a comment in there that the interview is officially on. Check your email after the live stream.
Oh, okay. I guess of me giving my true opinion.
The interns have been listening in, and they made the phone call.
I guess so. They heard the message. We want Diane on or nothing. All right, good. That's awesome. Thanks, Pantheon.
Thanks, Diane.
Thanks, Diane. Real quick, let me put this up real quick, Lupe. Lupe, how you doing tonight, buddy? Hey, Massalorian, the Dems are dusting off those Dominion voting machines for elections last year. Hey, listen, go watch Kill Chain on HBO, the documentary. It's a 2-hour documentary on HBO. They got it right now. It's called Kill Chain. And there's a gentleman there who goes through almost every state and shows how out of whack our election system is, how easily it can be manipulated, how easily it can be hacked for either side. This is bipartisan, guys. I'm not trying to make this political. He was just showing that with some of these older machines, they say, oh, it's not hooked up to the internet. Sure, it's not. You can hook up to the internet if you want. So just that would be my recommendation. If you really have any questions about elections, go to HBO, watch Kill Chain, the documentary, and you will have a very interesting take on elections going forward. I promise you. Go ahead,
I'm
guys.
pretty sure if it's not hooked up to the internet, you can still change out a memory card or a chip, though, right?
Yeah, you would think so, right? Just stick in an extra SIM card, you would think.
What's that? How do you spell the name of that documentary?
Kill Chain. Just how you think you would spell it. Killchain.
Sorry, I'm about 200 years old. My hearing.
That's all right. That's all right. I can tell by the hat. I'm just kidding, bud. Hold on, let me make sure that's right. Killchain IMDb. That's a Nicolas Cage movie. That ain't it. Hold on. Let me make sure that's the right name. Yeah. Killchain, the cyber war on America's election in 2020. It's on HBO right now. That. You want to watch the trailer?
You'll probably get copyright strike.
Demonetized? Okay.
I've played a trailer before and they demonetized me. Is it better than the performance put on by that mattress guy?
My Pillow guy?
Yeah, Pillow guy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think they make a little better of a case.
All
no,
right,
you know what though? I put the trailer in a video a long time ago, maybe back like at the end of the summer last year. I put the trailer in because we were talking about the election for some reason. Well, probably because I know why we were talking about the election, but I remember I put it trailer. It didn't demonetize me, but yeah, guys, go check it out. It's interesting. The guy just goes and shows how these voting machines can easily be manipulated if someone knows what they're doing. And from far away, you don't need to be in the room to do it. You can do it from very far away. They showed people in Alaska and India who were being able to vote people in India who were able to vote in Alaska because of some of the law changes because of the pandemic. So check it out.
For anyone in the comments who says this is impossible, I want you to remind you that you're in AMC and GameStop because of corruption and manipulation. Literally anything is possible. So
yeah, we saw GameStop go from $3 to $3.50.
Keep an open mind on everything. That's the best thing you can do in life.
Yeah. Don't be closed-minded. Let's see here. Brendan Ellis says, turning off. I'm just going to try to take a couple questions. Turning off the voting machines and letting the Republicans out for a few hours, like turning off the buy button. All right, let's see. Carl says, Killchain, the cyber war. Yeah, this is it, Carl. That's the name of it. For sure. Yep. That's on HBO right now. You can, if you have HBO Max, you can pull it up right now. Let's see. Maxi says, Moxie, is there. All the repo and money is given to Wall Street's friends. Go directly to the market acquisitions of houses, inflate the price of rent. Nobody can have and own it. Yeah. Yeah, they want us to own nothing and be extremely happy. They want us to rent our clothes. I'm not kidding. The World Economic Forum, they got some sick ideas. And then they're not shy about talking about it.
They tell us publicly that they're
they tell you publicly. It's no conspiracy theory. They're very firm in their position, where they stand. Let's see. Hold on. What's that? Klaus Schwab?
Klaus Schwab.
I know.
Let me say that much.
What a psycho. Boss Blunt's beard. Just wondering what he would look like with a pointy beard. Actually, I saw a picture of Marcel with a very thin beard. It's interesting. I saw you with no hat and a thin beard. I'm like, oh, Marcel's a good-looking guy. He's all right. He can hold his own. All right. Let me see here. Mass, a gentleman while in the courtroom 4 blocks away hacked the meeting, but for the judge, yeah, remember that, Prometheus? Yeah, they showed some of that in the documentary. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. Let's see. MC Prosperity. Voting is meaningless. MC Prosperity. That's the wrong way to look at it. Don't look at it that way. They give us the ones they want us to vote for, so no matter who wins, they always win. That's not true, man. I'll tell you
no
right
one
now.
wanted Trump to win. Nobody in the machine wanted Trump to win. I can guarantee you that.
Yep. Good point, Tony. Yep.
I didn't vote for Trump, but I'll tell you this much: after everything that's happened, I would definitely vote for him over a Democrat at this rate.
I didn't vote for Trump either, but I would have now looking back in hindsight. Yeah, me too. Yep, for sure. Yeah, we're in a shit position right now, and it's completely on him, completely, or whoever's pulling the strings back there. Let's see.
The Clintons, Obama.
We're all corrupt.
Ladman, the whole Democratic.
Dog says we got to vote even harder this time, or vote twice.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Do whatever you take. No, don't vote. Don't vote twice, guys. You'll go to jail. Please don't vote twice. That's a federal,
Don't do that. You'll go to jail.
That's a federal charge. Yeah, please don't do that. You'll be doing Fed time upstate with me. Don't go up
I want
there.
to tell you guys something exciting about Netflix real quick.
Go ahead. Go.
Ken Griffin owns almost a million shares. It was 955,000
shares of Netflix. Beautiful.
Netflix.
Thanks,
Ken
Kenny.
Griffin probably lost several $100 million.
Oh yeah.
When Netflix went down 25%. So that should at least make some people feel happy.
Almost 26%. Hell yeah. Good. Let him bleed. Let him bleed.
Fuck Ken Griffin.
Let him bleed. He really looks like he's aged about 30 years in the past 13 months. I'm not kidding.
Terrible.
It looks like he went from 48 to 69 in about 3 months. Man's aged like crazy. Worse than Tony. I thought Tony was bad, but last year was really taking out Ken Griffin. Nah, I love Tony. Come on.
I know.
Let's see. Obama. I'm trying to pull some questions. Up. Oh, here we go. Peter says, Astro stated earlier, Citadel lost approximately 1.2 billion next. Wow, really?
Yeah, Citadel.
Nice change.
I was just talking about Ken Griffin himself. So he lost a shitload of money.
Shitload, then, yeah.
Between his company and himself. So yeah, but his person lost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wow.
So that made me smile.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm looking up on Fintel right now who has the largest positions and calls on Netflix.
So, are we expecting the rest of Fang to take a beating in earnings next couple of weeks, or what?
Fang
shouldn't be right.
Important. Fang Mat's really important to their collateral. It's going to be the last one to go. When Fang Mat goes, the market's done.
They're fucked.
Yeah,
they're fucked.
The market's done, and so is everybody's pensions and 401k.
I mean,
and shit.
Yeah, that's your guarantee right there, right? That's your most solid, rock solid positions on. Yeah, if that goes, the dominoes will fall. No doubt about it.
I would imagine that when that happens, that's when we would see like AMC and GameStop come down to price like 8 to 12 and
$8 to $12, $50
to $60 for GameStop and shit like that. Again, that would be an awesome buying opportunity. But like I said, it would suck for all those people that are going to lose money. And the inevitability will, like Dr. Metzler said, we can try to warn as many people as possible, but we'll never save them all.
No. It's like a couple of people have asked before, how come we can solve this problem easy? Just get paper certificates. Everyone just get paper certificates. Do you know how hard it is to try to organize 3 people to come on live stream tonight? Just getting me, Boss, and Tony on the same night. Try to imagine getting 5 million retail investors to get paper certificates for AMC. It will never happen.
I think it's
cannot happen. Yeah, but pointless.
Each his own. I don't rag
on.
No,
I know.
Wants to do it, right?
J. Beeb says, "Do you really believe that this past election was the only election ever rigged?" No, J. Beebs. Here's what I believe. I believe the Democrats took full advantage of every opportunity they had to press the issue, whether it was harvesting votes. I believe they put a full court press. Because of all of the free range they were given during the election because of the pandemic, I think they organized, they hit the streets, they went and did some real, boots on the ground, door to door, and they got their candidate the votes that they wanted. Now, was there cheating going on? Probably. I'm sure there is every year, right? But I really believe there was concerted effort after they started changing the laws. Democrats went to and took them to task, took the Republicans to task by organizing and getting out in the streets and getting people registered as Democratic voters. That's what I think. What do you guys think?
Sorry, I was looking at Fintel.
It's okay. It's a political question. It's probably only me that will answer.
There was video proof by Project Veritas that people were paid to drop off ballots at many, many different locations, and then people were found on video, and they were taking pictures of them dropping off the ballot in this location. It's a fact, and that was allegedly the Biden administration.
Yeah.
So,
Agreed. Sure, Tony. You want me to put it up right now?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So can you hear me?
Yep.
This is showing the owners as of March 31st. So this is a few weeks old. For the quarter ending March 31st, Vanguard had 33.5 million shares. BlackRock had 29 million. When they got Capital Research, this is probably an ETF, and then Capital Institutional Investors 19 million. Citigroup, where are they? Geode Capital's down here. I don't even see. Not Citigroup, sorry, Citadel down here with 4 million. So, oh, that's puts. I don't even see Citadel with a position in Netflix, but they did have puts and calls. So if we go to who made money, again, this is old, so, but it's safe to assume, I think, that the ratio of puts and calls that they kept is probably similar if they were rolling them. Citadel had 4 million puts, Susquehanna had 3 million. If we go down to calls, Susquehanna and Citadel also at the top of the call list.
One thing I'm wondering is if sorry, I'm gonna keep going or something. If Astro could count the puts and not just calls.
If what?
If Astro could count puts.
Oh, I don't know. I always look at all three because if they lost
Right.
their ass on calls, they made money on puts, right? It's hedging.
Absolutely. That's why I was wondering about that. You know, so they definitely made money on the puts to hedge some of their shares and calls, but it seems like they definitely have a lot.
But it's interesting to me that I don't see Citadel on here as owning any shares of Netflix.
Then maybe we should go up when they make changes because they may not have added or from their position. May not have showed up with it. Would it show?
This would show any position, whether they added or not, because they have to file all of their positions.
It just seems small, like a small number of pieces that don't have it. So I would imagine that probably be more, but I could be wrong.
I could check. Let me go
there
back.
you go. They got 950,000 shares. You're right. Right there, it's the bottom one. Oh no,
they did own some.
Sorry.
Here's this one showing the quarter that ended December 31st. They had 954,000 shares. I wonder if they just haven't reported an updated 13F. Because
their shares changed by 18%.
This was for the effective date here, 12/31.
So, thanks.
So when I was looking for March 31st, there was no data, so they probably haven't filed their updated. So I guess it's safe to assume that they probably still own close to 1 million shares.
Yeah, I would agree. Looks like they did reduce their call percentage back down 20% back in December.
Calls back in December were 3 million, puts were 4 million.
They might have maintained those puts.
Well, they lost their ass on some shares. Well, that much we know for sure.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I got.
It's awesome.
All right, we got to get let's get you, Marcel, let's get you out of here. What do you say?
All right. I got to get going for the night. I just want to say thank you very much, Tony, and thank you especially Massalorian.
Mad love, bro.
Both you guys have been awesome. Tony, thanks for letting me come on your channel in the past. Hopefully we get to do that again soon.
Absolutely.
Massalorian as well.
Thanks for entertaining my questions on the executive orders. You helped me understand your position on that a little bit more, and that's what we're all here for.
I hope you know, other people get an eye on it. You know, that's been the whole idea behind sharing it, is to give people an idea of the fact that, you know, margin calls do matter, you know, and collateral does matter and things like that. And that's what I think is really the most important, because we never know what's going to happen next, but we've got to try to get ready for what we can see happening, and try to, you know, read the writing on the wall here from old fucking Yeller and all these executive orders, I think. So I appreciate it. I'm glad to take any questions I can get on them, because that helps me make sure that I'm seeing the position properly and not overlooking any details. So thanks again for asking, Tony. It means lots to me.
That's why I did not watch you in Pantheon's live stream last night, because I was like, I don't want Pantheon or Marcel influencing my decision about what I talk about tonight. So I haven't seen any of it yet, so I'll watch it when we get off. But dude, I just want to say, boss, you know, this is the first time we got to do live, and I appreciate you taking the time, man. I know you got a young family and you're very busy with everything. So for you to volunteer your time tonight means everything to me, and I'm sure all the subs. And guys, make sure you go sub to Boss Blunts if you're on my channel, please. Guys are amazing at DD, and I consider him a true ally. I would get in a foxhole with this dude any day. So thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys, you know, and same here. If you're here because you've seen me before, make sure you guys swing by Tony Denaro's channel and swing by Massalorian right here and drop a subscribe, because you're going to learn a lot from these fellows. You know, we've got to get more eyes on people that are actually spreading quality due diligence and information and technical analysis, and forget about the hype men and the liars and the trust me bro bullshit. That being said, I wish everybody peace and wealth, and I know that Tony, Massalorian, and we're going to be filthy fucking
rich. Love it, man.
Amen, brother.
Have a good night. Take care. All right, be good. All right, T, it's just me and you. Oh my God, we just lost 100 people. Wow, that was fast.
They probably thought you were wrapping it up, and it is midnight. We probably should think about wrapping it up.
Is it midnight? It's only 1 a.m. for me. Come on. I'm kidding.
Do you got to be up in a few hours for show prep for a morning live stream?
No, tomorrow I'm breaking rocks. Tomorrow I'm breaking rocks. I'm on the chain gang tomorrow.
I can hang out for a few minutes if people have questions, but I think you guys went through a lot of good ones.
Yeah, we covered a good amount. I mean, it's 1 now. We went on at 9:15. So whoa, wow, the chat's low. Jesus. Tony looks trashed. Johnny is trashed. I am smashed.
No, I haven't had a drink since bingo night.
Oh, you haven't had a drink tonight at all? I'm the only one drinking? I'm drinking alone. Great.
Coca-Cola, my friends.
All right.
But my eye is fucked up.
Yeah, what happened? What's up?
Allergies, you know? Something, no lack of sleep. I rarely sleep. But yeah.
You didn't say something wise?
I'm not blazed and I'm not drunk.
And you didn't say something wise to the missus? No?
Huh?
You didn't say something wise to the missus?
No. I asked her, I said, did you punch me in the sleep? In my sleep?
I was gonna say, did you get attacked?
Maybe I'm allergic to rabbits. I don't know.
Oh, the bunnies? Uh-oh, that would be bad.
You know, the two, that's the only thing that's changed. 2 new bunnies.
Flopsy and Nopsy? Yeah, I've heard about them. All right, let's see. If there's some questions, here we go. J Beebs is saying, if people are swearing, Liz is saying you got to pay. I don't know what that means, but what's going on? If everyone who pays your swear jar fines, Matt doesn't have to break rocks. No. Just don't swear. That's all. Can the government stop the MOAS? All right. So are we saying that the PPP team can stop the MOAS? Is that the assumption?
There has always been this narrative that Powell or Yellen or somebody was going to step in and stop the MOAS on AMC and GameStop.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you know, this is just my opinion. Yeah. If the entire market is crashing, I would not put anything past them.
Yeah.
but
know.
I don't think they care about one stock.
No, it's the entire market they want to try and save, right? And they're also trying to save their own skin right now. I mean, literally, these people are in a fight for their lives. This administration. Just remember, everyone who's these people. Janet Yellen was not voted into her position. Gary Gensler was not voted into his position. These people were put in by the administration. These are not people that we all agreed to back in 2020 that we said, yes, we want this person to be running the Treasury. We want this person to be running the SEC. These are appointments by the administration. They make these decisions, and we have to live with them right now. So if you want things to be different, if you want things to change, as much as you may think that everything's rigged and there's no shot and it doesn't matter, it does matter. I think that you have to understand how important that vote can be, no matter what party you're voting for. Whatever you think is going to be best for you and your family and this country, as long as you're going to be living here, stick with that. Stick with that.
I think what we all need to collaboratively do, and you already have started this, is talking to politicians, but more importantly, come up with a set of questions, because I honestly think, especially after hearing Dave Lauer and some other folks talk, that the Republicans can be just as much our enemy when it comes to Wall Street as the Democrats. Now, the Democrats, no, that's not even fair. Congress is spending the money, right?
Yeah.
Congress is passing all of this inflationary spending.
Yep.
It wasn't just all on party lines over the whole past 2 years, but I don't know that the Republicans are a safety net when it comes to Wall Street and manipulation. I think they could be just as bad. So really what we should be doing after we get past all this MOASH shit is come up with some good questions and start talking to politicians as YouTubers interested in the market and representing a broader audience.
I'll be
in our local areas.
I'll be honest with you. So Lily's reached out to me a few times in the past couple of weeks, and I haven't reached back to her. After I saw what happened with Christian Smalls there, the guy from Amazon and AOC, and the rest of the progressives there that was supposed to back the Amazon labor movement in New York. Did you see that? So Amazon, the guy who got fired is a young black gentleman. His name is Christian Smalls. He got fired from Amazon back during the pandemic, and they brought on a lawsuit and then decided to unionize the first Amazon warehouse, which was in New York. And AOC,
I did hear about that. I heard
you did,
about
okay.
that.
So
not
AOC,
that particular name, but
okay. So AOC and the rest of the squad was backing this movement, the supposed progressive movement into unionizing Amazon across the board, right? They have all kinds of atrocities that Jeff Bezos has imposed on their employees, which is ridiculous because of how filthy rich he gets from the company. So Christian Smalls organized the labor union. They won. They went to court, took Amazon to court, and won. They got the vote to unionize, and they pulled it off. And now it seems like that they're getting a lot of pushback from mainstream media. The only person who's had Christian Smalls on since Amazon won, well, two people. Chris Hayes had him on CNBC, and Tucker Carlson. And say what you want about Tucker, but at least, I mean, this guy went on Tucker Carlson. I love it. This young black guy who's amazing, who pulled off this unionization of Amazon, right? One of the biggest companies in the world, backed by some of the most detailed, best lawyers you could possibly imagine, went and fought for unionization and got it. And he comes on Tucker Carlson with a do-rag and a gold chain. And I was like, dude, I'm like, that is my kind of guy. Like, he's not getting, he's not putting on a suit and tie. He's coming on saying, he even went on and said, it's not just AOC, it's all of them. He's like, no politicians showed up to back us. It's not just AOC in the squad. No other Democrats showed up, and no Republicans showed up. It was the workers.
Why did no Democrat show up to support unionization?
They just, AOC really doesn't care, right? She wants to go to Florida with her boyfriend and hang out. Do you think AOC really cares about the Amazon people in New York? Do you really think?
Well, I mean, she says she does.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, then to be a no-show, I mean, that just,
All
I
right,
mean, that
I need to go back and dig up those articles because I wasn't following it that close.
this is 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Christian Smalls went on to Tucker, and as soon as he came off, he got attacked immediately, saying Tucker's a bigot. He's doing this because he wants to play. It's like no. I'm like, MSNBC. Why don't you have him on? Like, this is your platform. You're supposed to be the progressives that are pushing for labor and unions and the working class, and you haven't done anything. And Jimmy Dore makes a great point. He says when people talk about organizing on class lines, that doesn't mean politically. And he says it best. He goes, Christian Smalls, the young black gentleman who organized the labor union, didn't go down to the floor in Amazon and say, okay, who here's a Trumper? Great, you're out. Who here's a gun nut? You're out. Who's a libertarian? You're out. Who's a boogaloo boy? You're out. Okay, now who's left? Now we're going to organize you guys. That doesn't make sense. That's not how this works. Class organization is not separating and dividing and then trying to organize a smaller group. You got to get everybody involved at the same time. And that's what Smalls did. He didn't go down and do that. He said, who wants to be in a union and who doesn't? He didn't divide it down on political or cultural ideologies. He broke it down into who wants to get legit here with Jeff Bezos and have some power for the people, for the workers. And that's one hell of a move for him to go in and say, when Republicans and Democrats get together and organize, you call that a win. Like, you take the W, right? If you guys can get on the same page, that's a win for the common man. And don't ever take that for granted, the power behind that. So, I don't know.
Someone asked a good question. If the market crashes, should I sell all my stocks?
If your name's me, Kevin.
I can tell you what I'm going to do. I don't invest money that I need in the near term. So if the market crashes, I will not be selling anything. I'll just wait it out. It might be 6 months. It might be 5 years, but I will wait it out. Why would I sell at a loss at the bottom? Probably is what I'll do. I mean, with my luck, if I had that idea, I'd probably sell right at the bottom and it would bounce up right after that.
Yeah, that'd be my luck too.
I'll endure the pain and I will hold on. And if you're worried about it crashing, if you're seriously worried about the market crashing, you should be looking into how to buy index puts and protect your portfolio.
Or you can buy I-bonds.
Or I-bonds.
At 9.6%. Stacia, good night. Thank you so much for everything, Stacia. Brendan and Ellie, you're welcome. Have a good night. Kay Robinson, that's a good bet. Blockbuster, they could be making a turnaround. They still got some life in them, I think. They got one store left in Alaska. Let's see. AOC cares about Amazon. Gambling on VIX calls like roulette. It's not a healthy investment plan. Rick says, yeah, VIX is it's a tough thing, right? The VIX is extremely volatile. You gotta be. It is like playing roulette. You're right. That's a good analogy.
I say that every day about the VIX and index calls. You and I have had that conversation, Massalorian. Like buying index calls and puts right now is like Russian roulette. One day the market's up, one day it's down. And so I'm not doing it. And I may regret that if the market crashes, but good Lord, man. Every day you think the market's going to crash, it runs up. Like, look at today out of the blue.
I know. It forced me into upping my position. I couldn't believe it. I actually got I forget what time it was. It was probably, did you do both streams this morning and noon?
Yes.
You did, right? So I texted you this afternoon. And then when you came back to do live stream is when I came in right after lunch, I think. I went in and I used the rest of the dry powder I had in my Fidelity account. Which wasn't that much, but I got as many shares as I could with that. I don't know. I just have a feeling like we're on the precipice of something. And I'm not the kind of guy who gets jacked up for nothing. Like, I know a lot of people say, oh, my tits are jacked all the time. I've never said my tits are jacked. But I do have a feeling that we're coming into some type of correction that's going to benefit the people who have been making these smart decisions. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know. I just have a feeling in my gut that I haven't had before, that we're on the right path right now, and we're getting close. I think. I hope.
I wake up every day thinking this is going to be the day that it starts.
I
Like,
know.
my conviction has not changed in a year of doing this.
You
Not one
guys
bit.
can ask Tony, and I'll admit this right now on a live stream. You guys can ask Tony. There have been times I have picked up the phone and called Tony and said, Tony, oh man, I don't know what to think. And he's like, just calm down, relax. It's like, it's all good. He's like, you're getting emotional. You just need to relax. We're all good. And it works. So if you guys are ever emotional,
what's the follow-up part of that conversation? That the day that you sell, it's probably going to run up, right? And usually it does, like within a few days.
Yep. I mean, I've gone as far as to saying, what should I do? How do I cover myself? My position's so large. Should I be buying puts? What should I do? And Tony has never led me astray. He's always said, just relax, buy and hold, you're good.
I think if you're buying calls when it's in the 15 range, and you're buying puts if it's around 40, those are pretty safe bets. Other than that, you're just gambling. And that's fine if you want to gamble. Sometimes I gamble. It's cheaper than flying to Vegas, like I was saying, either to Massalorian or the live stream today. I forget who I was talking to, but mostly I don't like to gamble with my investments. I like to at least, know that I have a greater than 50-50 shot.
That was us. We were talking about craps, remember? I think. Yeah, me and Tony were talking about craps. We're gonna throw some dice soon. Maybe on a live stream. We can get someone to get us on a live stream. Man, I want this thing to be over so we can all go hang out. That's what I'm really excited for. Now that I'm back doing live streams again and talking with everyone again and getting back into the community, you realize how much you miss things that are going on. Like, yeah, it drives me crazy that my life is AMC, right? It's been a wild ride for the last 14 months, but you take a step back just to reevaluate yourself and get serious. And when you do come back, you feel the love. I mean, I can't even tell you, the last couple of days, just going back and answering comments on my last couple of videos, like, the encouragement is just like unbelievable from this community. It's really, I've never seen anything like it that I can think of in my life, where so many different people from around the world have gotten together on the same agenda and not let the outside affect them, right? We haven't let really any outside influence pull us down at all. And that's a testament to this movement, I think, and how strong the bonds are between some of us, right? What do you think?
And I think it has helped over the past several years of people just watching the pure corruption in the media to open their eyes that maybe the financial media is corrupt too. Maybe everything that you've always been told is a lie. Buy Netflix, $600, right?
Kramer.
I'm screenshotting all of this shit for my Moass video, and I'm gonna make these people famous. All these people saying it'll never happen. Ha! Dumbasses. I know in my gut they're covering for somebody. I know the Bears.
I don't know who.
The Bears and the haters hate it when I say that, but it's just a gut feeling. I've been doing this a long time, over 200 years.
Would you say that you are naturally bullish most of the time?
Yes, I rarely buy puts. I've never shorted anything.
Yeah.
Now that may come as a surprise to people, because I'm very I look at both sides of things, and I'm very judgmental on plays. Like, I'm not the rah-rah, buy a Tyrion at $7.
Nope.
I'm very judgmental and very but that's based on 30 years of hard knocks, right? I've
Yeah.
made a lot of mistakes being overly bullish, so I've
Me too.
learned to dial it back and not chase stuff.
I think that's my biggest lesson I've learned in the last 3 years of doing day trading and scalping and, you know, making plays is that's the biggest lesson I've learned. You need to take everything in stride. You can't let emotions get involved. You can't let the overall market affect you. I mean, you know, you need to be smart, but you got to keep your emotions in check. And I think that's the biggest thing. And a lot of people say, you know, don't watch the line because it's there for an emotional roller coaster, right? That's why it's designed the way they designed it on purpose to mess with your emotions. Red and green and the candles and the whole nine. There's all science behind it, right? And their way to push a price one way or the other. And one thing Tony's always taught me, and you know, Tony's taught me a lot of things in the last 6 months, 8 months. You know, just take everything in stride and take a step back. And I've done that multiple times in the last 14 months. I've stepped back, looked at my position, looked at my finances going forward. How much can I afford to keep in this play and allow myself to continue and survive and move on and make sure I can still be there when this thing actually pops. So,
And not just
I'm very
talking about
lucky.
AMC, not just talking about AMC and GameStop, but I know there's a lot of people that are interested in other plays too. I put out a tweet about a week ago, and I think it's an important thing to just remind folks, if you can train yourself. Basically what I said is learn in investing to be emotionally dead, cold-blooded, and don't rush in. If you like a stock, identify what is the good entry point. If you missed it, well, you can wait and there'll be another one. Unless you're, you know, unless we're talking something crazy like an Amazon that just goes straight up forever.
Right.
But
Right.
most stocks always have stumbles or pullbacks. And look at Facebook, look at Netflix.
I know.
They're flying high. Tesla was at 1,200, and then I just got in a few weeks ago at 780. There is always a chance to get back in these stocks. So if you can just learn that patience, and everybody's a genius when the market's flying up for 2-3 years in a row, you think you can never do wrong. But
Look at me, Kevin.
yeah. But then the pullback happens and you see the fear in his eyes. Like, oh,
I
shit,
know.
I've never lived through this before. Well, I've lived through it
I
numerous
know.
times.
You said that too. You said, I
So
saw a look in his eyes like I haven't seen before, and I knew he panicked. And he did. He did. Absolutely. He panicked. Just like Dave Portnoy. He panicked. Yeah.
poor Noy.
I know. Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, he did the same thing, right? And I
He's-
understand his argument. He was upset with Charles Payne that night because he's like, Charles, what the fuck? I mean, they shut the buy button off. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, how am I supposed to prepare for that, Charles? You know? And he had a good point because he's right. They've never done that in the history of the stock market. So, you know, that's not something you anticipate. Go ahead, T.
I watched another one of his videos. I forget which airline he was investing in, but he ended up, you know, he used to live stream himself day trading.
No, did he?
He ended up throwing the computer across the room.
Did he really?
He lost like $1 million in an hour or something like
Oh,
that.
wow. Jesus. God almighty. Yeah, we had a ton of creators in here tonight. Like there was at one point it was you, Casey Shaw, Froggy, Chad, Pantheon. I think there was 6 at one point. We had 6 creators in the chat, plus 3 on the screen. That's 9 creators on a live stream.
You and Boss Blunts are loved. That's why.
No. I think you and Boss Blunts are loved. I just provide the platform.
Nobody knew
you
I
and
was
Boss
coming.
Blunts are loved.
Nobody knew I was coming. They were here for you guys.
That's true. Tony was a surprise. I asked Tony and Pantheon a long time ago to come on with me. Well, me and Boss were when we first had our first conversation 2 months ago, and we were on till 6 a.m. that day, just me and him. I said, you know, if we do this and we do it right, I would like to have Tony and Pantheon on, but Pantheon was tired tonight. He was on all day with Cam. He did Pantheon radio last night, and so I guess he was really tired today. So I said, hey, bud, just relax and take the night off. Don't worry about me.
Javi is reminding us CSI was in here too. We don't want to leave
Oh,
him out.
thank you, CSI. Thank you. Yes,
I just
CSI
saw
was
a
in the
pop
chat.
up on my phone that he just put out a video about the collateral damage. So we'll have to go check that out.
So that's when I asked about the collateral damage letter. That was CSI's question. Now that I'm thinking about it, I
think he left your chat to go make a video. Is what it looks like.
Okay.
I don't know what he is talking about. I didn't even see the question, so I guess
Okay.
we'll learn. We'll learn later tonight.
Angelina is saying, "What about the U.S.?"
What about us? We love you too.
Oh! I love you, Angelina. Just don't come arrest me. Don't worry about the ATF. Pam is saying she ate so much, she's about to pop. Pantheon Radio is off tonight. Feek, he's taking I think he's taking a break tonight. He's taking getting some sleep, I believe, because I asked him to come on and he said, I'm really exhausted. He was on with Cam all day today and he did Pantheon Radio up all night. Did he come on your live stream this morning? Pantheon?
On mine, no.
Check in with you? No? Okay. Is that a Stenson hat? Jody asks. Looks like it.
Yes.
It is. Good call, Jody.
I need to go upgrade my hat collection to something a little more modern, but
I like it. I'll rock that thing when I come out there. Have to get up early. NET says, good night, Mass. Tony, Pantheon, mods, and crew. What an amazing live. You guys are the best. Love you, Annie. Thank you very much for coming by and supporting us.
Annie.
Yep, thank you. Carl. Good evening, Carl. How are you tonight? And Pam says she ate ribs. There goes my diet. Liz, I remember 1987. Not good. I was lucky my small mom cash was tied in small pieces of land. And Carl, you're in Germany, right? I believe. I think. Javi, good night, buddy. Have a good night. I just saw Javi said good night. Take care, man. I hope you're feeling good, Javi. You have a good night, my friend. J Beeps said good night, guys. Thank you for your time. Hey, J Beeps, have a good night, man. Thank you for coming by and supporting us. Marion says, I've made a lot of mistakes with stocks. Lost in day trading, but buying while the stocks are running up. Yeah, Marion, I think we all have learned that lesson in the last 10 years. I know me and Tony have.
If you ever want to come get a dose of reality, Marion, come ask me about the ticker symbol on my channel. I'll give you a unvarnished opinion. I don't get them all right. Some like I did not get in on Ethereum. I didn't see it going as high as it did today, but I get most of them right. And as long as we get on them early, that's really what I'm looking for. I want to be in on it on the first day or have the ability to get in and out in a few minutes. If you have the ability to trade in and out the same day, then you can still do okay. But even when I do that, sometimes I don't always make money and sometimes I lose a little bit. But you got to have that discipline to get out as soon as it starts turning down. There's so many people that get talked into bag holding on these 1 day pump and dumps. Yep. I see it all the time on YouTube and Twitter. There's still guys pumping Mullen.
Yep. Watch out for Ader tomorrow, guys. Be careful.
Yeah, if you have Ader, make sure you have a stop loss.
Yes, please put a stop loss in.
I like trailing stop losses.
There you go. Tony's got the idea. Marion says, Tony, I love your hat.
Thank you, Marion.
I do too, Marion. It's awesome. I'm gonna see if I can trade a Q to Speeder hoodie for that hat, and I wanna we're gonna be so fucking rich hat. My best teachers were my losses. My best teachers were my losses.
Yeah, sometimes we learn from our mistakes.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's how I learned, back in the .com bubble, not to load up my portfolio with nothing but call options, thinking that I would never be wrong. That didn't work out so well.
No, I would assume not. Backyard Boogie says, and all the stuff that me Kevin sold, at least AMC was still being held. So, me Kevin said he would hold his AMC for at least a year. Did he not when he bought it last summer at 50 or 60? I remember he said that.
He said he sold everything. So
that's true. He said he sold 99% of his portfolio, right? So I doubt he held AMC. He got in July when it was the financial guru kept me Kevin didn't see the gamma coming, didn't see AMC coming for some reason. I don't know why. He wasn't able to pull it out of the woods though.
Stomps for Us says Ader puts are looking tasty. I have puts on Ethereum.
Do you?
Yes,
Yeah.
bought them on Monday.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's Mass Tony. You ever checked out mushroom stocks? Mushroom stocks, Tony? No?
I have not looked into mushroom stocks.
Okay.
Angelina,
I don't know what they are.
What's Angelina's recommendation for my eye?
Yeah, sorry, I pulled it up. Angelina, if you got something for Tony to help him, please come forward. Jody said he said everything but AMC.
Oh,
did?
I found it, Angelina. Thank you. I wash over the counter. All right.
We need like Visine.
I haven't worn my contacts. If you've noticed on the live streams, I don't have my glasses on. I only need the glasses when I have my contacts in, and I have not been able to wear my contacts since before spring break, middle of March. And
really?
I'm due for my annual eye appointment, but I hate going to the eye doctor looking like I got in a fight, and this keeps on happening. So I will be going to the eye doctor. I go once a year just to get my prescription checked. But now I'm going to be waiting another week for this shit to, whatever happened, to clear up.
It's almost like
it doesn't hurt. I mean, it hurts, yes, like a blood vessel popped, but it's not like oozing or itchy or anything like that.
It's almost like it's your inside half of your eye that's red. It's not the outside, it's just the inside. But the blood vessels look like they're, yeah.
It's not the first time it's happened, guys. I mean,
Okay.
I've been wearing contacts since college. It happens from time to time when I don't sleep and my eyes dry out.
Pam, the trader, up and down lines realtor says, do you guys know Fluffy the comedian, Gabriel Iglesias? He and I said we have the same favorite teacher in high school, our speech team teacher, June Garner. He talks about her in his interviews. Oh, so
I'm going to have to go back and look at some of his and see what he says about June Garner, but Fluffy is hilarious.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know him. Fluffy the comedian?
He's a Hispanic, fluffy size comedian.
Okay.
You need to check him out. He's got a ton of stuff on YouTube.
He's good? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I found a guy the other day that's really good. He's a Greek guy. His last name is like Militokis or something. Hold on. Steven, maybe? Militokis? He was pretty funny, man. Oh, is this him? No, it's a politician. Never mind. Hold on.
I don't know if you saw that. They were saying Meet Kevin did not sell AMC.
Yeah, I think he said he was going to hold it no matter what for a year. I think that was the deal. He said, if you guys, whatever you guys donate towards my campaign, I will match that and buy that in AMC and hold it I would diamond hand it for 1 year. I think that's what his deal was. Double says, good night, guys. Good night, folks. Great job, guys. Thanks for the effort. Hey, Double, thank you for coming by, man. Thanks for the support. Thank you. Feek says, Feek, how you doing tonight? Sorry, psychedelic stock, psilocybin mushrooms. Oh, psilocybin. Shit, Feek. I don't know about anything about it. I know for the first time ever, last weekend, I smoked DMT. That was interesting. But I don't know anything about psychedelic stock, psilocybin mushrooms, ketamine. I don't. Sorry. Tell me, do you know anything about the psychedelics? Yeah, I just don't know anything about what the laws are right now as far as them being used for medical treatments. I know they're still
I know they're pretty popular in my city, but I haven't tried them.
I know that they're doing long-term testing in England on IV doses of psilocybin, DMT, and ketamine for PTSD. A few other conditions are trying to test to see what the results are. They're doing a broad test, a big test too. I can't remember if it's at Oxford or where it was they're doing the study, but they're doing long intravenous sessions of DMT to treat PTSD. Let's see. Where do I get DMT? Jody, I have to kill you if I tell you. Email me. What are you gonna say, Tony?
Oh, I was going to answer a Clark question since you won't put it up.
I
But yes,
won't. I refuse.
Meet Kevin is still on YouTube advising stocks. I watched him. I watched one of his today. I had my phone mounted up on the dash as I was driving to the UPS hub to drop off a load of product. And he's driving around his neighborhood on a scooter with a microphone in one hand, and what I can only assume was his phone in the other hand, because he's filming himself like this, moving about 20 miles an hour on a scooter. I'm like, how the hell are you doing that? Maybe he had the phone mounted, but it looked pretty high.
Selfie stick?
Maybe you can hold a selfie stick and the handle.
I betcha. Yep. I betcha that's what it is. He's probably got a little, you know, like how we have the clamps here for the arms. I bet he's got one of those, and that's what it is. I bet it's exactly what it is. BioLife Hemp says,
I've never seen him do that before. It was amusing.
Well, when you and Scarlett get up here, you'll have to ride my scooter. My scooter goes 40 miles an hour.
Oh, nice.
Fast. Yeah. She's a burner.
If the MOAS does not happen in June, then I still want to do that road trip from Texas up to Nova Scotia and hit all of the stops for subs and YouTube content creators between Texas and Nova Scotia. So you'll be on the stop list.
We could do a great meetup here for a movie or whatever. We could do a great one in Boston. I think it would be awesome. If you got up here, I bet we could get a good turnout from New England area. If we did a meetup, I think it would be awesome. I think it'd be great. I don't know. Do you? Go ahead.
I planned it out. It's going to be a 2 or 3 week trip to make all the stops.
Okay. Are you thinking June? Or are you thinking in late summer?
I said if the squeeze does not happen in June, then I was going to do it like in January, but everybody talked me out of it. They're like, "Are you crazy driving to New York, Canada, in winter?" So we'll do it in the summer. If the squeeze does not happen, sometime in June, we'll start planning it.
All right. Hopefully I'll be in my new place by then. I hope. Gotta go look at 4 places on Saturday. 4 appointments set up. So hopefully we'll find something good.
It's already 90 degrees down here if you want to come down to Texas sometime.
Is it really? It's 40 here right now. It's 90 right there right now?
I mean, not right now. It's nighttime, but in the daytimes, it's been balmy and hot.
Oh, yeah, Carl. I never purposely go over anyone's comments not to answer them. It's always a matter of just good timing. Honestly, I do not purposely not answer questions for any reason. It's random and me pulling them, and I see your name come up, and I pull. Listen. Clark asks 55 to 60 questions a night. Clark Barrick. He asks 55 to 60 questions a night. I try to answer 20 to 30%. Carl has many less questions than Clark does. So Carl, if I can at all times, I will answer your question. DMT, how can I describe it? I guess everyone has a different opinion of what it was like. For me, it was transcendent. That's all I'm going to say. I
don't know. Is BioLife Hemp still in the chat? He sent me a bunch of products. Go check out my mail call from a few weeks back. And some of them were CBD, like gummies and different things, and some were Delta 8 and Delta 9. And I would take those. They're all gone now. But I would take them like before I go to sleep just to help chill out. And we'd have the TV on, and I swear, if I was watching a movie, the sound sounded like it was in 3D.
Wow, really? And you don't have 3D sound? I mean, you don't have surround sound.
I have a sound bar, but it literally sounded like it was coming from all around me.
So
that was the most surprising. effect.
significant effect.
I don't know a better way to say it than 3D, but yes, it was like literally surround sound, like it was right in my ear, and the TV's 20 feet away.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, DMT, you will start to look at things a lot differently in the natural world. I'll say that since that, colors, I notice colors a lot more. They stand out to me a lot more. Geometric patterns, a lot of things. Just small things though. It's very subtle. After you come off the initial effects of it, it's very subtle. And I probably won't do it again. I just wanted to know what it was like. Let's see. Had some snow twice this week in central PA. Did you guys really?
Someone said I'm confusing DMT. I don't even know what DMT is, so I'm not confusing it. I was talking about what BioLife Hemp sent me, which was CBD, Delta 8, Delta 9. I have no idea what DMT even is. So
DMT is dimethyltryptamine. It's the
what's
stuff
the
they get
street
from
name?
psilocybin, I guess, but DMT is the stuff they get from the back of the frogs that you smoke.
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
yeah, phosphorus frogs, phosphorus. DMT, yeah, Carl. DMT is released naturally. That's correct. When we are sleeping, they think it has a lot to do with dreams. And also, speaking on that, they were talking about how when people make decisions like the people did on 9/11 to jump out of those buildings, there's a debate right now on whether or not that DMT at that point would take over and nullify all of the fear and anxiety you have from jumping. And the DMT cranks up in your brain, just like endorphins or adrenaline would naturally be released by the body when you are anticipating excitement. That DMT takes over at that part to nullify the anxiety and fear and terror that you have. Interesting, right?
That is, you had me thinking for a second. Could I jump out of a building
On 9/11?
Yeah,
Faced with a fire?
if I was
would.
faced with a fire, I mean, I guess I probably don't want to burn alive, but
Yeah, I think I would jump. I don't think I would make any other choice. If you were faced with a fire and your back was up against the wall and the only escape for you was a window, I don't know what would you be able to stand there and do that? I don't think so. I don't think so.
probably not.
That's a tough decision to make. I can't even imagine what was going through those people's minds. Jesus Christ. Can't even fucking imagine. Oh boy. All right, listen to you. It's 1:30 in the morning. You ready to call tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I gotta try and get a few hours of sleep.
Me too. Me too. I gotta pull out my
hopefully I'll be awake. I usually don't set an alarm if I wake up in time for the morning stream. I usually wake up at 6:30 or 7, but if I'm up till 4 in the morning, sometimes I oversleep. So I plan to see y'all in the morning when market opens, and if I'm a little bit late, well, that's because I'm here tonight. So
Fidelity already sent me a notification that I'm down today on my AMC shares. Like, wonderful. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's sign off, and we will get back together again. What's tonight? Tuesday. So if all goes well, tomorrow night will either be this video that I've been working on for the last couple of days, or we'll go live again tomorrow night. Let's see how the market turns out tomorrow for AMC, GME. And I guess we'll make a decision as soon as the market closes. All right, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who came tonight and showed support. Tony, do you want to give a shout out to anyone?
I was just going to say to Feek, if you're on Twitter, you can email me some ticker symbols. If you're not, just drop them in my chat one day. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Massalorian, for having me and letting me ask some questions to Boss Blunts. It was listening to you guys and then being able to ask some follow-up questions was very helpful tonight to me, and I got a lot more work to do digging into these executive orders before I start talking about them. And I think we all should start talking about them if we're on board with it.
Yep.
But you know how I am. I want to really understand it before I talk about it.
Yeah. Be skeptical. Yeah, try to pull it apart. See what you can come up with, right? I'm gonna do the same thing. I've been trying to debunk it for weeks since we had the first conversation. I said, okay. And sure enough, the first thing I found out was that the thing I showed him tonight that I have been waiting to show him, the thing about from Project Veritas. And I was hoping they'd reach back out to me after I contacted them, but I'm going to keep on them and see if we can get to the bottom of who that was. Who was that whistleblower who said the White House contacted them to call Robinhood and say, shut it off? If we get that information, that's a big piece of the puzzle. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'll be on that, guys. I'll be staying on it for you. Hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it sooner than later. Thank you guys so much for the last year of love and support you guys have shown to me, Tony, Boss, Pantheon, everyone, Phil, Tenny Time. You know who the deal is. You know everyone who is in this group. Love you guys, and we'll be back with you tomorrow at some point. Have a great night. This is the Massalorian. I'm going to sleep. Good night, guys.
Tony Denaro signing out.
Good night.